Let me check to see. I'll get a post up. We should be live. I'm just testing to see if I can see it on our account. Yep. Cool. Okay.
I just got the notification.
Awesome. Let me post this on the channel real quick and then we'll get going. Sweet.
You got those screenshots?
Yeah, I got them. Yep. I saved them to my computer so we can bring them up.
Yeah, I was about to say I don't know if I messed up. Not only texting them to you. I should have emailed them to you. Would have been easier.
Yeah. It's all right. All right. Good evening, everybody. As promised, here we are in the impromptu live stream. We're going to be discussing and taking call-ins on uh, our most recent video that we put out. I know there was quite a bit of talk in the comment section, and we'd love for you guys to come in, share your opinions, and discuss things. And we'll just see where it goes from there. So, Josh, you got anything to say before I put in this link?
No, I would just say we look very forward to speaking to each and every one of you. It's a blessing to even have the opportunity to do this, and yep, we look forward to it. No matter what side of the perspective you happen to be bringing to the table.
For sure. Mr. Inspector, what's up, man? He's sent waves in the chat. So what while we're waiting on somebody to come in here, there were some things that got brought up about um yeah, what were some of the things that stood out to you that people were concerned about? Do you remember?
Yeah, I glancing at the glancing at the comments section, it was interesting because um you had a couple people in there that you can tell they were kind of where we were, kind of, you know, searching for answers. They could tell, they could kind of see
Yeah.
something's not right. And then you had, I think we only had really one particular individual that came out with you know, the visceral, what I would say was a perfect example, I think, of what we saw, you know,
Billy Carson,
come
just
up.
click on that StreamYard app or StreamYard link in the comments or in the chat. Sorry, keep going.
No, I was going to say, yeah, they're just the same thing that we would see come up repetitively within world orthodoxy of just this, you know, contradiction. Um, you know, you claim Christ is your Lord. Oh, we got who we got?
We got Joey. Here,
Joey.
let me add him. Joey, how are you, man?
Yo, how's it going? I'm
Pretty
Billy
good.
Carson.
Billy Carson. You doing all right tonight?
Yeah, man. Thanks for having me on. Yeah, I'm Joey in the Discord too. So
Oh, cool. Yeah. You said you were gonna call in. Yep.
yeah, so just been inquiring quite a bit. Didn't mean to cut you off mid
Oh no,
thought,
you're good.
Josh.
No, nope. That's that's what we're here for, man.
Yeah.
Well, cool. Well, yeah, I guess I'll give a little background. So, gosh, I discovered Orthodoxy, just slumming through YouTube. I think it was the real first time was on I think it was when Jay Dyer was on Timcast, and there was a debate, and I'm like kind of more like evangelical. I go to like a evangelical church, but it's under like the SBC, so they're technically Baptist, but just kind of evangelical flavor, a
Yeah.
little more presentable to the uninitiated, I guess you would say, the those inquiring into Christianity.
Right.
But I had a great experience. Was baptized there. And really came to Christ, and just looking for more of that fullness. But I watched that kind of debate between Jay Dyer and there was an Anglican on there, and I didn't really know anything about Anglicanism, but me being real low church, I was just like, this guy doesn't know anything. Like Dyer's just ripping him apart, and then it turned out he was a Mason too, and I had my opinions about that, and I'm just like, that's not a real, that wasn't a good representation of like Protestantism. So then I start challenging like myself of what the points that Dyer brought up, and like iconicism and praying to the saints and all that. And so that, boom, going down the loophole, dealing with all that, realizing the historicity of it, and challenging my assumptions.
Yeah.
And then I'm like, okay, starting to take our orthodoxy a little more seriously. And I came across your streams, and it was actually from a Jay Dyer. He mentioned you guys about something early on. He said something about Toll House Boys, and I just thought the name was cool. So I was like,
Hmm.
let me look them up. And then your guys' intro, like with Napoleon Dynamite, that's one of my favorite movies ever. So I was like hooked. These guys are cool. Um,
That's
so
funny.
like watching you guys, and learning about the third way, and reading more about Father Seraphim, and I'm totally like new to all this, but a lot of
Yeah.
what you guys say makes a lot of sense. And then so I'm really like haven't fully sold in. I mean, I'm like, I have 2 kids, I have a wife. We came to Christ really together, in the church that we're in, and we're close with a lot of people in the church, and had great experiences. And also like my worldview, I guess I'm always been a little more conspiracy headed, so I kind of see like the issues with Protestantism and American Christianity, and like dispensationalism and things like that.
Yeah.
So aware of all that, trying to like, so having the ecclesial anxiety and trying to find the comfort in orthodoxy, and then coming to orthodoxy and noticing the messiness about that as well. And of course, can't blame all that, or and it's trying to find like, what does it mean that the gates of hell will not prevail, you
Right.
know, and noticing the different issues within, because what we're speaking about now, and it seems, I'm not accusing you all, but it seems like the way things are going right now in terms of your dialogue is towards like the true orthodoxy realm. And then it's like, okay, if we go down that way, well then what's the difference between like how the non-Chalcedonians felt, because ultimately wasn't that just a dialogue language issue? Was there really that much like difference in that disruption, and whenever that was, 400 700 BC or something like that?
Yeah.
And where is, I don't know, where are we at as far as with the councils, and
Because
where's
they
the
stopped with
authority?
like the what? They stopped with like the third council, the Chalcedon.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
like where are we at with the authority here, and the schism here, schism there, and yeah, it's just I don't know. I'm entering a new realm of ecclesial anxiety,
Yeah.
and I haven't even stepped in any new church.
Hey, at least
Yeah.
you're getting it all out up front
Get
instead of
yeah. I was
That's
about
what
to say
I've been
get you
told,
get
like because I looked in like high church Protestantism and then the Catholicism, and somebody was like, "Dude, been through this whole road 20 years. Just go straight Orthodoxy, man." He's just like,
yeah.
"I'm going to save you some time."
Yeah, that's funny.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sage advice. Sage advice. Absolutely. But it helps to get your own point of reference along the way too, because so you know what you're dealing with, and you got a point of reference when people are saying things, and it helps with when people are trying to bamboozle you from their perspective.
Right.
Because you'll have a high church, just as an example, a high church Protestant come in there to try to rope you back in. And
Mhm.
if you already know the game that they're playing, it's like, I know what you're up to, partner.
Yeah,
Nuh-uh.
we're not going to go if we're going to go liturgical and apostolic, then you got to go back to the source. I mean,
Yep, that's right.
don't try to do the roundhouse and I mean, I understand it's difficult right in the West, and that's another area of kind of anxiety. It's just like the West being so cut off from Orthodoxy for so
Yep,
long. So
absolutely.
then it's like, where do we find ourselves in that route? But then also it does seem divine, the increase in the Eastern presence in the West, and it's a breath of fresh air. So yeah,
Definitely.
but yeah, I just kind of wanted to get a little more. But yeah, back to my main question. I put on here is like, should I even go to an Antiochian church?
Yeah. Yeah.
Nathan,
Josh.
you wanna spearhead that? No, don't you throw me under the bus.
No, so yeah, like Josh said in the Discord, we got to be very cautious about the like we want to present what we've come to find and kind of let people decide for themselves
Yeah,
in this aspect. So, but just going there and having the experience that we had there and searching for the truth and asking these questions about church history and baptism and um, you know different pious and aesthetic things that are I thought would be like normal. It's just kind of put aside as like yeah, you can kind of give and take these things, and we want to make everybody feel really comfortable, and we don't want to um we don't want to like make anybody feel bad. So it's not that that's a bad thing in and of itself, but it was just like getting away from what the tradition that we were reading with the church fathers. So
sure.
that was the main thing. But
I would come
then
back
go
with that and say, like, reading the church fathers, and you're getting everything from these aesthetics, but then like where are the lay in this,
right.
and then is everybody supposed to be like that? Like, is that expectant of the lay, to like hardcore, monastic
You're
fasting and things
the the clergy operate as, from my understanding, as they're like signposts or they're guides of and they set the example of who you're to become. They're
like.
the mentors. And from my understanding, if those are not properly attuned to the positions that they're in, it starts leading it leads the flock, the laity astray, because the constant call is to become that which the individual who's teaching you, your teacher, you become like your teacher, the one you follow. Hence the reason I constantly use um, the words of Christ when he says, he's telling the apostles, talking about the Pharisees, leave them, for if the blind lead the blind, both will fall into the pit. It's a
Yeah.
warning. He also says, do what they say, not what they do, meaning don't mimic their hypocrisy.
Nice.
But it gets to a point where he gets very direct with, like, just you got to move on, because if you follow that, it leads in a very unwholesome direction. So the emphasis is always on, and if you read through the New Testament, the emphasis, and this continues with the work of the saints, um, of if you're not attuned to who you're following and who these individuals are that uh, that you're hitching your wagon to, so to speak, you run into huge problems if you're not perceiving and picking up on, are they are they truly who they say they are? Are they living this out? Are they aiming at that perfection that's in Christ? And are they being refined? Are you seeing the fruit? What did the Lord say? You will know them by their fruit. He gave us the litmus test, the temperature test to say, are you who you say you are? Because if you claim, it's the thing, and especially in the West, I don't think a lot of the clergy, just in general, it's a, certainly I learned this mostly in Protestantism when I started to take, the faith seriously, is that
because many of the
you
clergy are former Protestants and grew up that way.
exactly, they just think it's like it's just something that you do. But it's like if you truly understand what it is that you're signing up for to be leadership within the church, you it's like who in your right mind would do that? Number one, because it's like it's not if it's not hard enough that you'll be judged, that you'll be judged to a higher standard, and
Right.
that you have accountability over the souls and the well-being of each and every individual that is in your care. And if you lead them astray, either by your own blindedness, or we don't even really fully know the criteria, but the saints give us a little bit of an idea of what that is. But everything comes back to a profound humility and in a this is not something that you just say, hey, I'll be the guy, I'll step into this. and
Right.
and all what we found was you just had people, it's just like, oh, you want to be a priest, come on up. Oh, you want to be deacon, oh, absolutely, come on. And we're just like, what the, I mean, this is not something that you just volunteer to do, like, objectively. And if you read the works of the saints and you understand how important it is, how sacred of a position it is, and how much of a self-sacrifice that it requires, and how serious it is. It's something that it calls you. You don't choose it. And I think that speaks for itself with people, because when you read the lives of the saints, even some of the modern ones like St. John Maximovich or St. Philaret, and you read where it's a little bit more relatable because they were here in America, you get this like, okay, that's the barometer that we're looking for here. And some people would say, well, that's unrealistic. Not everybody's the same. Yeah, but we're all supposed to be aiming for that. And if they're
Yeah.
in the clergy, I expect that of you. Oh, that's too much. Then step down. Oh, then they get offended. It's like, well, I'm sorry. It's like, but that's how serious this is. Because if I'm
Yeah.
entrusting my eternal, and again, I'm if I have to go to you in my darkest moments, and I have to entrust you with the well-being of my wife and my children, you better be you better be on your P's and Q's. It doesn't mean you're going to be perfect, but I want to see how you respond during adversity. I want to see how you respond at people's darkest moments, at people's weakest moments. What do you do? Because if you're not doing, if you can't be trusted in the little things, if you think I'm going to trust the guidance of my eternal, my and my wife and my children's eternal security with you, you're out of your damn mind. So that's where it's kind of going off on a run here, but and I hope I'm making sense.
No, to be
It's
fair, you did mention, or I'm not sure. I remember if it was you or Nathan, but you didn't just say don't go to a church. You said find out about the priests. That was your advice. I think that's important, fair advice. Obviously you can't trust the priest. I mean, it's just not going to work out if you're not getting that vibe. If you're not seeing that they're taking it seriously, then what is
yep,
their intention of leading a flock? Is it self
absolutely.
serving?
Don't settle. Really is
Yeah.
what I think the best advice that could give you is probably just don't settle, until you find what it is that objectively is what's supposed to be the truth.
But then also me as an inquirer, I do kind of want to get the ball rolling, so to say.
To go
So
Yep.
somewhere is what you
yeah,
mean? Yeah. Yeah.
uh,
I'd say
That's
the
where,
biggest difference was between like because you kind of the biggest difference between uh what the so like you take innovation. So what the Protestants do is or they will not like what somebody has said or not like somebody's interpretation, like the church leadership, and they'll leave to go make a new type of church, you know, to
Mhm.
based on their own interpretation.
Yep.
What we have come to find with the true Orthodox is they have done the opposite of that, and that's how it's different. You know,
Yeah.
they they see innovation happening and they refrain from it and stay original. You know, that's
And
what
they
I've
can, yeah,
found.
and they can trace that at their, they have the church fathers, they have the tradition. It's not like they're, being their own pope and starting their own interpretation and their own sermon and things like that. So
Yeah.
that does make sense. I'm gonna look more into that for sure. It's just like I said, it is a little um, ecclesial anxiety about it, but
How does your wife feel about it?
she
About orthodoxy in general, you know?
she doesn't know a lot about it. I
Yeah.
tried to share a little bit, but ultimately it's one of those things where it's like she even said we could go to a liturgy. She's totally cool with that. She's open, but she's not like she has questions about our church,
Yeah.
as well. She's she's not as into the theology as me. I think that's probably normal. And I'm not gonna try to like throw down church history on her and things like that, and schisms and stuff like that. I don't.
Right.
It's not really productive. Um, so, but it's just if something we're in a position where I feel like if I took it seriously, then she would take it seriously
For
as my
sure.
wife. So I'm comfortable with that and happy with that.
Well, that's awesome to hear. Yeah. That's a big support step there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I know George wants to get on here, and that's really what I wanted to bring up and discuss a little bit. And I'm going to keep watching you guys, and thank you for um, you know your content. Like I said, I know uh, there's some polarizing individuals too, but I have to admit Jay Dyer's entertaining too on the other side. So I know y'all
Yeah.
have his
That
opinions
is
on
true.
him.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
uh, uh,
Hey, and also later on, I'll get with you on the Discord, and I've got some resources that I can send you, you know, in regards to this kind of stuff that
yeah,
may help you a little bit.
yeah, but I'll
But
jump
yeah,
off here and thanks guys, and I'll keep watching. I want to see what George has to say.
awesome. We'll see you,
See you.
George. What's up?
Good evening, George.
How you doing, gentlemen?
Good, man. How are
Well,
you?
well, and yourself?
Well, I'm all right. Glad to hear that, guys. Thought I'd hop on here. I heard that gentleman talking. I am new to the GOC, not authoritative by any means, but just thought I'd get on here and discuss a little bit of what you guys were getting at. And
For sure.
I want to say to him and people in his position that I would recommend starting in the right place. Don't got the little one here.
It's all right.
Don't end up in a position where you have ties and obligations and responsibilities uh, to good people, people who you love and respect, but also who aren't really where they need to be and where you ultimately intend to stay. Because in my personal experience and kind of the aggregate experience of maybe some people in my community, that tends to be the thing that trips people up the most once they finally get to where they can make the jump from maybe the more accessible world's orthodoxy to the true orthodoxy.
Right. So wait. So you're saying that it's the toughest part is being able to find somewhere to go?
Well, no, I think my point is this. That guy. My understanding of his situation, and I may not have the full scoop, is that he's pretty much an inquirer who is looking into orthodoxy, and he's kind of got different options. He's interested in true orthodoxy, the GOC,
Yep.
but also could just as easily go world orthodox. And I think my suggestion would be to just jump right in, both feet, deep end. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah, for sure. Yeah, I'd say the same thing. If you're already thinking that that would be the easiest route to go rather than to, but some people have to find out, you know, the long
Go
way
the
too.
long way. And they gain
Yeah,
a little bit, Lord willing, gain a little wisdom along the way.
yeah,
You never know. But
Right.
I must agree, George. If you can rip the Band-Aid off right at first to be one of those people that can just dive in, that's that's got to be the best solution.
for sure.
Yeah. And I tell you, maybe to introduce myself a little bit. I am, like I said earlier, new to the GOC. I've only been in uh, 6 to 8 months since August. I was received at St. Irene's in on their feast day in Michigan, and my experience was fraught with a lot of maybe interpersonal conflicts. People who felt betrayed that I was going to the True Orthodox, and then uh, also some people who came with me. My father-in-law is going through a lot right now with these experiences um, of these issues with people who uh, maybe feel like we owe them something, or we are betraying them to come to a true Orthodox bishop.
Mm,
Uh, a lot of that could have been avoided. A lot of good things also we would have missed out on. So it's all according to God's will, right? But all of that painful stuff could have been avoided had we pulled the band-aid earlier, like you said, and just gotten through it, and it would have been more simple. So
yeah, for sure.
uh, my, our
Yeah, once
experience
you plant
confirms
roots
that.
somewhere, yeah, it's hard to uproot that. Yeah.
Yeah. So, if you don't mind me asking, I'm very new to all of like this channel and everything. I just saw that there's like some guys asking questions about the GOC or something. What's your guys' status?
So we are on the way to be baptized in Rokana. Um,
Okay.
yeah. So
Where are you guys, if you don't mind me asking?
we're in North Carolina at the moment. So
Yep.
for the time being, um, or I've gone down to South Carolina a few times to the GOC parish down there, um,
Right.
and then Josh, he's been in contact with a priest. You go ahead and tell.
Yep. Father Timothy Clatter in Tampa, Florida.
Very nice.
Yep.
I see.
Yep.
So
Yep.
you guys are interested in Rokana more specifically, but I think you can commune at the GOC parishes, right? Once that's
Yeah.
all
Yeah,
Yep.
patched up. Very good.
Yep. Talk to Father John. Is in Hinton, Nathan
Yeah.
in
I think yeah, yeah,
Anderson in South Carolina. He's a fantastic individual.
yep.
Very good.
Greatly enjoyed talking to him. I don't know if you've met him yet, but he's a good one.
Yep.
No, I
He's
haven't. I haven't met him. I've heard great things about that parish, and in the event that we can't get something going here in Indiana, it's very, very possible we would consider relocating to that part of the world. So,
For sure.
gotcha.
yeah,
Yep.
Gotcha.
I think there's another one starting up in Asheville. I think too, soon.
very nice.
Yeah,
I,
a
I, I tell you
GOC priest.
guys, I don't know if you guys know this. My understanding of the recent history is that the GOC had about 9 parishes as of the late 2000s, like 2008 to 10, let's say.
Yeah,
But now we're over 50 in a period of about 15, 16 years.
yeah,
Hmm.
for sure.
God is God is definitely working, and it's really been a beautiful thing to see.
No
Yeah, it
doubt.
sure is. Yep.
No doubt.
It's where are you at, George? Or what part of the country are you?
Yeah. So and I keep saying we because we have a very small community here that is interested in starting a mission. We're in Indiana.
Okay.
So if you guys or anyone watching knows of anyone in the Midwest, specifically Indiana, more towards the Illinois area, um, is interested in the GOC, let us know. We have a small community of about 3 households in kind of the eastern part of the state, and then there's actually another community that we have ties to of just a couple households up in the Fort Wayne area, kind of northeast of the state. That's popping up. These people are going to be received into the GOC in the coming months, and they've already started their reader services. So
No kidding.
Awesome.
My whole family's from Crown Point.
Crown Point, okay,
Yep.
yeah, I've been
Yep.
there.
Yep.
Yeah,
Crown
my
Point.
when I was a kid, my brother, I was never into baseball or anything like that, but my brother had baseball tournaments and that sort of thing up there.
No kidding. Small world,
Yeah.
George.
Isn't there like a brewery or something there that's well known?
I don't
Is
know.
that the right?
I haven't been in. I haven't been. It's been years since I've been back.
There you go.
I remember
Well,
mine are done. Mine are done. That's all I remember. Good burgers.
yeah. Well, is that in the downtown area there?
I believe so.
There was a place we ate at during one of those tournaments that I remember being really good. So I'm not sure if it was that or not, but
Yeah,
good little small town food. In any
absolutely.
case, if you ever go back to visit your family, definitely stop through and we try to give you some good hospitality. We have Typica and the full cycle of readers services here. I tell you, the GOC generally, our problem now seems to be a shortage of clergy. I mean, we have a lot of communities sprouting up that don't have priests, don't even have deacons. So it's a good problem to have.
Yeah, for sure.
Yep. Yep. Absolutely. No doubt.
Yeah.
Anyways,
George, it was great having you on.
yeah,
I appreciate you sharing all that.
It was. Don't be
Look
a
absolutely.
forward to
stranger.
having you again. Yeah,
I can't promise or say it was helpful or anything, but just my experience, and I hope at least the gentleman that was on here originally, is edified by my personal experience. Get doing the hard part first is the best way to do it.
for sure.
We
Yeah.
appreciate you sharing.
You guys have a good evening.
See you, George.
Take care, George.
All right, we got Macarius.
Hey, how's it
What's
going,
up,
guys?
man? How are you?
Good evening.
Yeah, pretty good. Yeah, my name's Macarius. I go to GOC Parish in Maryland, and I just Subdeacon Nectarios showed me you guys' page, and I just have been watching your videos. I think they're awesome. I had a very similar experience coming into the GOC from the Rocor MP to the last video you guys put out, and yeah, I just wanted to talk to you guys about it.
Nice. Yeah, tell us like from where you started and how you ended up finding the GOC, if you could.
Well, I learned about Orthodoxy from being interested in like Russian politics. I was super into the crazy witch wizard guy Alexander Dugin. I don't know if you guys know who that is, but he
I don't know
mentioned
why I know that
in one
name.
of his books he mentioned Saint Seraphim, Father Seraphim Rose, and so that was like the first Orthodox book that I read, and then from there I like kept reading other works of Saint Seraphim, Saint John of Shanghai, what else? A lot of the old Rocor fathers, like Archbishop of Verki, stuff like that. And I went to the Rocor MP Cathedral here in Washington, D.C., thinking it was going to be like the same as what I had read. Oh, man, it was not. Yeah. And so me and my wife, we were dating at the time. We were in the catechism class there, and it was crazy, man. Like going there and like thinking it was the same thing, and then someone brings up how they went to communion in 2007, and I like had no idea about it. I was like totally crushed. Went home from catechism and was like looking all this stuff up. And I had been in catechism for like probably 7-ish months at the time. Sorry, 1 second. Yeah, I was in catechism probably for like 8 months at the time with my wife. And I remember like talking to the deacon there and who was doing the catechism class, and he was like, "Yeah, communism's not really bad. It's not a sin. This stuff that they believed in old Rokor, you don't really actually have to follow it anymore. We have this document, I forgot what it's called, but it's like the Russia's state document about or Orthodoxy, some Orthodox document about how it operates with the state. I don't remember exactly what it's called, but in it basically is like basically it's just very surgeonist document.
Yeah, it's a
Uh,
new form of Sergianism, pretty much.
yeah. And so like I dug deeper and deeper, and then I like found out that my priest, or not my, I was a catechumen, but the priest who I had been like most likely would have been my confessor. He was on the ecumenical team at Georgetown University as a professor, and there were photos of him holding up Muslim prayer rugs, and
You said
so
the
and like
priest.
in the caption of the photo, it said just completed an interfaith prayer. They call it an iftar, but it's like a prayer before a meal with Rabbi so and so, Sheikh so and so, Pastor so and Father so and so from the Rokor MP Cathedral. So I like the first book that I read about Orthodoxy was Orthodoxy and the Religion of the Future. And I was like in a very like occult background, philosophy, occultism, just like really demonic stuff. And so that book really helped me come out of all of that. And then I was like super into perennialism, traditionalism, like Rene Guénon, stuff like that. So like I wanted to repent of all of that, and then I find out my priest is on this like ecumenist, like perennialist whole thing, and I'm like, wait, what is going on here? So that's when, around that same time, I started seeing Subdeacon Nectarios's blog and like reading his stuff, and I like didn't really know about the GOC, but I've like learned about them. And so like I think 2 weeks after I had confronted, oh, I'm in, and I confronted my priest about, or that priest who would have been my confessor. I confronted him about holding up the prayer rug, and like that was insane. Just
His reaction or what?
yeah, just his
Yeah.
reaction was just like, man, it was crazy. I don't want to say too much because I have a lot of friends still at that cathedral, and um I actually would like to try and reconcile with that priest because he's a good person, but it just was like we I guess we were just talking past each other, and I think he was thinking that I was accusing him of something, and I was more just being like, "Hey, what's
Just
going
trying to
on with
understand
this?"
it. Yeah.
Yeah, and
Perhaps the truth convicting him.
that could be the case. That's kind of the way that I'm leaning.
Was he
But
defensive? I'm assuming it sounds like.
say again.
Was he defensive?
Oh yeah, extremely. And to be fair, like he's a professor at Georgetown, or was a professor at Georgetown University. That's how he was supporting himself, because some of the Rokor parishes, they pay their priests full time, and some of them don't. I don't know if he was being paid or not, but I know that that was his full time job, and if he didn't do what he was doing, he most likely would have lost his job, which is unfortunately that's the case with almost all of these conservative traditionalist world Orthodox priests and clergy, is just like they'll hold to the truth until it means they can't get their paycheck. And with a lot of them, they have kids, so it's understandable, but it's like, I don't know, that the reason you become Orthodox is not to feed your children necessarily, like, or
Yeah.
become a priest. Like, I don't
If
know.
you
It's just
if you
unfortunate in general, but I'm
if
I'm
if you
getting off
love
track.
Oh
Yeah.
no! It makes perfect sense. But I mean, again, what did the Lord say? You love me. If you love anything or anyone more than me, you're not fit for the kingdom of heaven.
Yeah.
It's a tough pill to swallow for
It
everybody,
is.
you know.
It is.
Yeah.
But that's the funny thing because I think we've talked about that before. It's a you can't trivialize that because yeah, it's like putting yourself in that position where you've built up a life and you've got a family that depends on you and all these other things. But it's like at the end of the day, if you're not entering into that path, at least from my limited perspective, on I'm burning the boats, and the default is the truth no matter what, and I have to have that faith of the
Yeah.
child of a child even if I
Yeah.
have to walk away from it because I'm not going to make that Faustian bargain to keep
Yeah.
my job, but I lose my soul in the process.
Yeah.
You know?
All those people that you're teaching, as well,
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly, exactly. Even worse, even
potentially,
worse. Yeah,
Yeah.
yep, yeah.
My priest in the GOC told me about this priest who was with Antioch. He was making like $180,000 a year as a full time priest. And he learned about the GOC, learned about all the pan-heresy of ecumenism and all the stuff going on, and he decided to join the GOC. He had like a parish with like 200 parishioners, something like that, in Maryland, I believe. Might be New Jersey, but um, he lost his whole parish left him, and he didn't get paid anymore from the archdiocese. And now he runs a mission in Jerusalem with like a few people, but he's in the GOC, and like people like that are just,
what
I mean,
faith, man.
it's such an example.
That's
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's the
yeah,
path of the saints right there.
yeah. It's
I've
wild.
heard similar stories of different readers and stuff doing the same thing. You get invested in something like that, it's very, very hard to
Yeah,
uproot that. Yeah.
yeah,
Yep,
definitely.
yep,
But yeah, I mean,
yep.
just one of the things that I really wanted to stress was like, if you really look into the past, I want to say like 150 years, maybe 100 years of Orthodoxy in America and Russia and Greece and Romania and Serbia and pretty much the whole world. But if you look at the past like 100 years, um, you can kind of see like a direct uh, lineage of like true spiritual fathers and real Orthodox saints, and the lineage goes directly into old Rocor and the GOC and like true Orthodoxy, and the it's very interesting because even with like I mean, in the GOC we don't recognize Elder Paisios as a saint, but even with people like Elder Joseph the Hesychast and Elder Paisios and people along those lines, like they were on the old calendar. They were associated with uh, the GOC in some form or another, and it's fascinating because like now you have people like Father Peter Hears and saying things like you have to follow the modern elders, but then he'll go and pick one specific modern elder and completely discount every single other one. And I wanted to read this quote from, I don't know if you guys know, but there's a book published of Saint Seraphim Rose's letters, but then there's the unabridged version on the internet, which has all of his unpublished letters, all the ones that were politically incorrect. And so in one of his letters, he literally says he's talking to a woman who's trying to decide if she wants to leave the OCA and join the Rope. And he literally says, your decision, if you make it, to join the Russian Church abroad will mean that you want to join the small band of strugglers who recognize the process of apostasy in the Orthodox churches and consciously want to separate yourself from it. We tell our own spiritual children that wherever there is no synod church, they can attend other churches, but they should not receive Holy Communion there, except in case of moral necessity. This is basically the position of Metropolitan Cyril of Kazan, one of the catacomb bishops of the 1930s. But so like stuff like that really makes it clear like where the saints were
Yeah.
on this issue.
And he's misused so much, it seems,
Yeah,
because
it's
he was
insane.
actually one of the people that the ones I was talking to was trying to convince me that the old calendarists were wrong using his quotes, and I'm like they can just twist it so well, you know.
So I went and visited our seminary in Etna. Um, excuse me, and uh, Bishop Auxentios and Father Gregory showed me a bunch of photos of when Bishop Auxentios visited Saint Seraphim, and he actually was one of the people who served at his funeral. So it's like there's it's crazy. Like there's a picture of Saint Seraphim sitting in when he's reposed in his coffin with the smile on his face, and Bishop Auxentios is in the background, and it's like, wait, but we can't follow these modern elders. We have to follow Elder Paisios, who said the patriarch is sent from God. Same patriarch who says that the Allah is Allah. We worship Allah.
Same
The
God,
Orthodox
yeah.
worship Allah, and oh, I don't know. It's crazy, man.
Same patriarch that also says that the church in Rome and the church in Constantinople are what is it, two lungs in the same body of Christ.
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's
yeah,
funny. It's funny how that works, isn't it?
yeah. It's wild. But I wish that dude that was in the comments actually came on.
Yeah.
So, yeah,
It's funny how
He might be watching right now.
yeah.
He's
it's
trying
funny
to
how that
snipe it
that
out.
usually is the case. I mean, I don't know if you guys have seen, but like people have tried to talk to Jay Dyer about this stuff on his streams, and he'll immediately block you and kick you off the
Yep.
stream. And it's funny
100%.
because he is constantly saying to atheists and like the people that he's trying to debate right now, like the Gnostic informant guy and his friends, but he's constantly trying to be like, or he constantly is saying, if you're not willing to debate and you're just shutting down the discussion, that means you're in the wrong. Like he's constantly saying that himself, but then he goes and does it, and it's like,
Yep.
I don't know, man. He constantly is saying he's a KGB sorcerer, and there are points where I'm like, man, I don't.
Comedy's the best admission a lot of the times.
Yeah, seriously.
Yeah.
But I
Yep.
don't know. I don't want to judge him, but he definitely needs to actually come in and like talk to someone about this stuff and not just brush it under the rug. Like I went on his Discord and I asked if they believed that Rocor was schismatic prior to 2007, and I got banned immediately.
Yeah.
It's wild. Yeah, man.
Tells you everything that you need to know. Because the
Yeah.
funny thing about the truth, it's like, the truth's not afraid. It just is. It doesn't get threatened. It doesn't have offense.
Yeah.
But the ones that are living in that half truth, oh man, there's all kinds of that. They constantly got to keep that smoke screen up, and they constantly got to keep the gate guards there at all times.
Yeah.
They're telling themselves.
Yeah. It's wild.
No
Then
doubt.
yeah. Have you guys seen the interview with Subdeacon Nectarios and Subdeacon, what's his name? The guy from Ireland? Did you guys
Oh
watch
yeah.
that video?
I think I have. I think I did watch that one.
Yeah, that video is fascinating
Or I
because
watched the Canada, the one from Canada, or the
yeah, I
Canadian
think it was the
GOC.
one either before or yeah, I think it was the one before that.
Yeah.
But he does an interview with a subdeacon in Ireland who was in the Rocor MP and now is in the GOC, and he basically goes through the subdeacon. What is his name? Hold on, I have it right here. He basically goes through Subdeacon Seraphim.
I did watch that one. Yeah, I remember.
Yeah. So basically, Subdeacon Seraphim goes through how like Antioch is in allowing Monophysites to commune, allowing
And
Roman
Mary
Catholics
too.
to commune,
Yeah.
and then he's like, this is a heresy. And he talks to his bishop about it, and his bishop is like, you're not allowed to talk about this anymore, basically. And then they try to have a concelebration at their church with an Antiochian priest, and he's like, I'm not going to be a part of this. And then his bishop is basically like, you can't do that again. And then they try and do another concelebration with the Antiochians, and he's like, I'm not doing this. And so he like just leaves and joins the GOC. And it's like, it's crazy, man, because like I know you guys, I watched your most recent video, and you guys said you were at Antioch before, and like it's I don't know, man, it's just the relativism is just like, it runs so deep. And then you have the people that are like, oh, if you're not in communion with my heretical patriarch, who's also in communion with the Monophysites and the Roman Catholics, you're not Orthodox. And it's like, wait, what?
Yeah.
Where do we go wrong? Like,
and then they'll say it doesn't matter what the patriarch does.
yeah,
In the same breath,
Yeah.
yeah, man.
Now, who was that you're talking about? You said Subdeacon who? Seraphim?
Subdeacon Seraphim, yeah. He did an interview with Subdeacon Nectarios.
Who is that? The guy? That's not the guy from Ancient Faith, is it? That's always with Damick.
No, he's
That's-
Yeah, because that's
Irish.
okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Totally different guy. Okay.
Yeah.
So I say no. There's no way it could be that guy.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
I don't think so. But-
Gotcha. Yeah, it is. No doubt. Relativism is it is. It's a spectacle to behold.
Yeah,
And just trying to keep up with the. Go ahead. Didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead.
it's fascinating because it's like the same. I don't. Yeah, the same way that like the LGBTQ HDTV people are like the same way that they operate is seemingly the same way that like the ecumenist bishops and priests operate, where it's like, oh yeah, we know what the truth is, but we have to be kind, and we have to it's just like it drives me insane because it's just not true. It's like 1 + 1 = 5. Like, I don't know.
Yep.
It's so strange. Yeah, but
It is.
yeah, man.
It is. It doesn't stack up with the. And then see, that's the thing, and that's the hardest thing I think for Westerners, specifically Americans, is that we're such an indirect culture, and everything is quid pro quo. I'm
Yeah.
trying to sell you. I'm trying to make you believe that I'm a good person, and and if I do that enough, and that's not. And then they confuse that with what being a decent human being is, and then they superimpose that on what love means.
Yeah.
And it's like
Mhm.
that's not. And see,
Yeah.
the powers that be right now, that's how they're. I mean, that's how, in the postmodern culture that we're living in right now, that's how they're, as I'm sure they're driving home the, let's all be one, and let's all get together. And if you're not about that, then that's not what Christ taught.
Yeah.
And it's like if you're not reading the scripture, and you're not reading the saints, and you're not actually really diving in with a fine-tooth comb, you're going to miss. And you're not just obviously then taking a look around, you're going to miss the fact that this is some type of a bastardization and the ultimate wolf in sheep's clothing, disguised as benevolence. And
It's the most
And,
subtle that it's been.
yeah, absolutely. It's very, very subtle, and it fools a great many people, as we unfortunately have come to find. It's scary and very sad.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's wild.
It's easy to get sucked into.
Yeah. Well, I wanted to mention one more thing and then ask you guys a question before I hop off and let whoever's next on. But what I was going to say was, so my wife, when she was going to the Rocor MP Cathedral, she like really didn't like going there. It was like weird. She said there was weird vibes, and then when we started going to the GOC, she was like, "Wow, this is just like a totally different world, totally different atmosphere. Like, I can really like feel God here," and she was very comfortable there, and it made me, you guys talking about like when you went and visited that thing in Florida with Jay Dyer and Luigi and all those guys, like it's fascinating because there's such a like that what you guys were trying to describe, the spirit of that conference or whatever, it's so pervasive amongst the world orthodoxy, and it's fascinating because that, like, you have like the liberals, and it's like two sides of the same coin. You have like the liberals at ancient faith, and then you have the ortho bros, and then they're like all the women are like, oh, we don't like ortho bros, and then all of the men, like the men fall on either side. But it's fascinating because, like, my wife, when she went to the GOC church, she was like, this is it, like this is where I'm supposed to be. And I don't know,
You can just be yourself. You don't
yeah,
have to worry about
yeah, it's kind of wild, like there's no yeah, I don't know. Just like seeing her experience from that was like really, it was really interesting for me to see.
yeah.
And I think that, like, with the guy, I think the first guy who was on here, he was talking about what his wife would think about coming over the GOC. Like, it it has such a stronger, like, true orthodoxy in general, the GOC in particular. Um, it has like such a stronger, like, family oriented, it's like way more family oriented. And then, like, I lived at the St. John's Monastery in New York for like a month, and even that, like, going there and then visiting Jordanville and like seeing the differences, it's like you can feel the spirit, you can feel the energy and the difference, and it's, I don't know, it's a massive difference.
For sure.
Yeah. But then I also wanted to ask you guys, like, have you been made catechumens yet, or like where are you guys at with that?
We're pretty far away from all. Yeah, we're catechumens, but we're pretty far away from any parish. We're about 4 hours every direction from where
Oh
we're
man,
at to get to a parish. So um, we've just been doing reader services and staying in contact with priests over the phone and on
gotcha,
Zoom for the time being. But
gotcha.
in the near future, hopefully before Pashka, we'll be baptized.
Oh,
Um,
glory to God, that's
yep,
awesome.
yep,
Yeah, the St. Philaret's parish is awesome. I've not visited, but I have a bunch of friends that go there, and the church that they're building there is going to be awesome.
yep,
Yeah, the
for sure.
big stone church. Yeah.
Wait, where'd you say it was?
St. Philaret's parish, is South Carolina parish.
Anderson.
Okay, yeah, yeah,
Anderson.
okay, yep,
Father
Yeah,
John.
yeah. He's
Yeah.
mhm,
building the stone one right now. Yeah.
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 I'm
Yeah.
excited to go down there. Um, what? Sorry, one last question. What made you guys decide to join the Rokana?
Uh,
Oh.
hmm.
Is that something you don't want to get into? It's all good.
I mean,
No.
there's nothing really. There's the people that I found near me are Rokana, uh,
Okay,
that
gotcha.
do reader services, and
Okay,
the first true Orthodox priest that I contacted was a Rokana priest down in Florida, and
gotcha.
he kind of he introduced me to Father John. So like, um, they
They're good
seem to be,
friends.
yeah, good friends. So,
Yeah,
Yep.
but
Yep.
that's great.
yeah,
Very cool.
Yep. It was a nothing nothing kind of one way or the other.
Yeah,
Um
I didn't
the
think so. I was just curious.
yeah,
Yeah, yeah, yeah. There was the I think we saw preliminarily it kind of got we kind of got a better idea of it, but the whole Agafongal debacle, um, and we're still kind of trying to get our bearings with that. But as far as I'm seeing preliminarily, it seems like something that kind of let
that
the
they're handling the
I
up top.
yeah, and Metropolitan Demetrius is the man is everything that I've heard, and obviously I haven't had the pleasure or the honor to be able to actually speak with him um, yet, but we that roped us in pretty early listening to
Yeah,
his sermons, and it was just he's just different. So as of right now I can I trust that he can handle that. But hearing the story of Rokana and it was just by happenstance that the first priest that we met was a Rokana priest, and so
Gotcha.
that's just kind of the road that we're on. But I look forward to spending some time with the GOC brethren as well. We'll be in and around for sure.
Yeah. Metropolitan Demetrius is great. When I was at the monastery, I confessed with him like every day, and he he's awesome. Hopefully he's okay with me sharing this story. It's just a nice little story. When so he's very, very reserved, I guess you would say. Like he's he's very like uh stoic is a bad word, but he's very like yeah, reserved.
Yeah.
And my dad is a Protestant pastor still. He's a Baptist pastor, and my grandmother is like in the OCA, interested in the GOC, but also goes to a Roman Catholic church occasionally. But they drove me up to the monastery when I first went up there, and Metropolitan Demetrius walked past my dad, and my dad was like, "Yo, that dude has aura."
Yeah.
It's so funny.
You just feel it. Yeah.
But
Yeah.
but it's
Yeah.
it's great because like when you actually talk to him in person, and I mean there are times I've seen in like talks with him, like he's so personable, he's such a kind person, and one thing that I've experienced in the GOC in particular is like, I mean, I've also experienced with this with the Agafengel Rokor Agafengel, is just the bishops are just like real genuine people. They're not like some person on a high horse. They're not like a king in a castle. Like you can just talk to them like normal. And at Rokor MP it was just not like that at all. You'd be lucky to get an hour with one of the bishops, and it was just like very, I don't know. It's just a completely different vibe,
Yeah.
and
More. It's almost more of a family. It
yeah,
seems. Yeah.
absolutely,
Yeah.
yeah. And
They're
one of the
humble.
yeah, one of the things uh, Metropolitan Demetrius recently came to our parish for our parish's feast day, and one of the things that he mentioned was, I believe it was Saint Ignatius, that says that your relationship with your bishop is a reflection of your relationship with Christ. and and it's fascinating because you look at world orthodoxy and you look at people, at least my experience, like you look at the relationships the bishops have with people in that, and it's like, I don't know, for me it's like night and day
Yeah.
compared
It's like
to,
far off. It's like light
yeah,
years away from each other. Yeah.
it's wild.
Yeah.
um Sorry to go off on a tangent. I know you got
No,
more.
no
Not at
worries.
all. Not at
Yeah,
all.
I'd love to talk with you guys more.
Yeah, we'll do
Absolutely.
this more often for sure, so we get people's stories and
Sounds
talk
good.
more. Yep.
All right,
Are you
Bobby.
in the Discord? Are you in the Discord?
I tried to join it. I wasn't able to.
It might be the link might be expired. I'll put another one up on a post or something
Yeah,
Yeah.
or if you put it in the comments too, I could copy and paste it.
for sure.
Whatever works.
Yep.
Awesome.
Yeah,
All
I'll
right,
do
nice
that.
to meet you guys. God be with you.
You
You
as
as
well.
well.
Thank you. Bye bye.
All right, we got Subdeacon Basil. Good evening.
Hey
Good
guys, how you
evening.
going? Can you
What's
guys
up?
hear me all right?
It's a little
Yes.
quiet, but I can hear you.
Yeah, my phone. Sometimes people say I sound good, sometimes people say it's not very good.
No, we got you loud and clear. It's fine.
Alright, cool, sounds good. Glory to God. So, how are you all? How are you guys?
We're doing
we're,
good,
we're
man.
well. We're well.
Yeah, I'm happy that so many people are calling in. It's amazing, you know.
Well, the link got posted in a Telegram chat that we have. So a few of us in there have been jumping in here. That's who, like,
Oh, nice.
everyone, all the guys, well, the two guys that came before, Macarius and George, they're also in there. So they wanted to
Okay.
make sure.
This is a GOC Telegram, or yeah,
Well,
I
it's
guess.
like we have we have everyone in there, but it is like a TO Telegram chat.
Oh, gotcha.
But we have like friends from that we've along the way that are with the World Orthodox that we still appreciate having around. So
For sure. Yeah.
what made you guys? So what first got you guys looking at True Orthodoxy?
So the the thing that stood out to me, I mean, was where we started at the Antiochian church, the parish, and we were told that we were not probably not going to get baptized from the basis of how they conduct things. Me being a Protestant background, and then Josh being a Roman Catholic, and that threw up a question, like a red flag, because of the things that we had been reading. But so that kind of started us down the rabbit hole of asking questions, you know. So we made our way to the Rocor MP, which was completely different, and it was awesome at first, and then I kept hearing um, commemoration of Kirill, and the disregard of church history, and and I started looking at what actually happened, you know, there in the 20s. So that's what kind of led me down it. And then I started watching Metropolitan Demetrius's introductions to True Orthodoxy, like his on his main channel. It was
Just
actually one of
quickly, just quickly,
yeah.
how did you find his channel?
Well, here's the thing. So we actually had a guy in here uh, that joined our Discord, and he kind of got things rolling. Started sending me links, pictures of Saint John Maximovich with True Orthodox people, and letters in Russian and the translations. Like he's this guy in our Discord. He's awesome. And he got me reevaluating it because me and Josh had looked at it before and we disregarded it. You know, we were like, oh yeah, we and we didn't even think twice about it until this guy came in and started sharing that information with me. That got me looking, and then that got me to tell Josh here, and yeah. So then here we are.
Yeah, interesting. So you guys kind of did the classic. It always either starts with the Antiochians or the Greeks, or and then so, and then sometimes they'll be told by their own priests that you should go to Rocor. I know a few people that have been told that, and
That's
then
what
they go
our
to Rocor,
Antiochian priest
and
told us.
as Macarius said earlier, that it's not what it used to be.
Yep.
And then they're like, "Oh, what do we do now?" So yeah,
Yep.
that's interesting. You did the
The full loop.
full one, yeah. And so
Yes.
you have you gone to a true Orthodox church yet?
So I've been. Josh lives pretty far away. I don't think he's been to one yet. Did you ever visit South Carolina?
No, I have not been down to St. Philaret yet. I'll be going to our first liturgy, True Orthodox liturgy next weekend.
Glory to God. And is
Yep.
that Saint Philaret of New York?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, glory to God. Yeah, awesome.
Yep.
And
Yeah. Yep.
so so have you guys been catechized yet, or
Yeah. So we're kind of just figuring out the date to be baptized with the priests that we're in contact with now, because we're gonna have
okay,
to travel
yeah,
uh pretty far. So we're just trying to um line up everything logistically. But yes.
Hmm.
okay, cool.
Yep.
Yeah.
Glory to God then. So what were the what were the actual intricate issues that you were looking at when you started approaching Antioch in a way of actually wanting to investigate what was going on? What were the issues that actually popped up? Was it like them communing with monophysites, or what was it that made you go, yeah, no, I'm leaving now?
For me, I wasn't even that deep until I started looking into True Orthodoxy when I found out about that. I think it was one of Subdeacon Nectarios's um, blog posts that I read about that. But for me, it was more the surface level stuff like baptism. He was w- they were it never felt right, but I didn't have a point of reference with the Eucharist, and we were actually being we lost Josh. We
Hopefully
were
he comes
actually
back.
we were actually being let down the aisle, you know. I don't know if that. I don't think.
But
I mean,
you were given the copes on ecumenism, basically.
yeah, like we
Okay.
were let down the aisle during the Eucharist, and we couldn't receive it, but like he would give a blessing and give us bread, and it just I felt like I shouldn't be there, you know. Like so that kind of felt weird to me to do that,
Okay.
and that just kind of got the antennas up to start looking at certain things. And the toll houses was one of the biggest ones, and that's why we have this name because we read the soul after death.
You like the toll houses.
Yeah, I mean it was the light bulb moment, you know,
Okay.
that made it made the faith real
So
to
that
me.
is what drew the line for you, the
Yeah,
toll
that's
house.
and that's when I started asking about them, and my deacon at the time at the Antiochian said it was a he described it as a childish heresy, you
Oh,
know.
interesting.
Yeah.
Wow.
So
Okay.
that's when I was like, okay, well, so
Okay, that's interesting.
yeah.
All right. And so you go into a Rokana church, but you don't really care about the stuff with Agafangu, you were saying.
Well, I think what we were saying was from our understanding, we do, because that's the thing that what are they? Do you have a better understanding of that? Because we're still learning about that to this moment.
Well, I don't really. These are bishops we're talking about, and things get intricate. And as a
Yeah,
subdeacon, I don't want to say anything and end up
that's
getting
true.
told off by my bishop.
Yeah,
Um, so I'd prefer to probably stay away from that.
yeah,
But at the same time, I understand. Like, if you guys really wanted to get into it, I would.
yeah,
But for the sake of just a chill conversation where I don't have to think too much about what I'm saying,
for sure.
um, I'll probably stay away from it. But to me, it seems like um, Bishop Andronic and Metropolitan um, Agafangul came to disagreements that they unfortunately couldn't reconcile.
Yeah,
As to who you think is correct comes down to your own understanding, I guess.
yeah,
Um, but okay, so you guys went from Antioch to Rokor to now, hopefully, God willing, the TO Rokana.
yep.
And so, Josh, are you basically the same as Nathan here in the sense of the issues, or was there other stuff for you? Or
We were pretty much, I would say we're pretty much shoulder to shoulder, the pretty much the entire time. It was for me, a lot of it was just, I kind of get what's the best way to do? It's just once I start putting together the facts of what's going on and comparing and contrasting, um, I start to kind of be able to better discern. You know, my thing very much is what is has always been, uh, are you who you say you are with the leadership? So that was an additional thing, which I think we shared, but you know that was I think I kind of had a lot more concern, and it was
So you
I was
highlighted a lot of things for me. Yeah,
so, yeah, I agree with you. That was something that for me, because I'm a convert, and I converted from like nothing, irreligious, not religious at all. Didn't grow up with religion. And when I decided that I wanted to be Orthodox, I said I want to be Orthodox in faith, not Orthodox in communion to some heretical patriarch. You know what I mean? So when I
yeah,
started looking at
yes.
it, I started realizing the office of the patriarchate is a wonderful office, but at the same time, many of the heresies and actions against the church have come out of those patriarchates. So, what you were saying before about discerning, yeah, I fully agree. And when I started looking at the faith, and I realized that there's bishops that have apostolic succession that are still just anti-ecumenism to the point where they will go out of communion with bishops who are, then yeah, to me it became a no-brainer. I'm not Greek, I'm not Russian, I'm not Serbian, I'm not this. I have no allegiance to some patriarch just for the sake of it because I think that my family like did that or something. You know what I mean? It became
Yep.
about the faith
Yes.
proper.
Yes.
So did you just
There's
go
a
straight to straight to True Orthodox when you
Well, I
started?
got lucky, thank God. I won't say I got lucky. God, in His providential guidance, luckily, went straight back to luckily, silly me. God, in His providence, showed me. I ended up talking to a guy on the internet, and then, like you guys were saying, who joined your Discord or whatever. For me, it was Telegram. Um, and we just started talking, and he started explaining a lot of the stuff that you guys were saying, getting into the details. But before then, I already was somewhat looking at it. It's just you kind of need someone to guide you through at the beginning because there's so much, and it kind of all hits you at once. And it's like, what's this and what's that, and it can really turn people off. So
Yep.
it's good to have someone that can go through and go, yeah. So this is what happened here, and this is what Saint Philaret said, and this is what Saint Seraphim Rose was saying, and here's these edits, and here's this, and this, you know what I mean? And it
Yep.
starts
yes.
actually becoming a clear picture. Um, so I was lucky enough that I got that because I think one of you guys earlier, or maybe it was one of the other people that came on, they were saying, oh, they want to get the ball rolling and start going to church. And
Yeah.
that's how I was.
That
That's
was
what
the
I said.
first guy.
Okay, yeah. And that's how I was. That's what I said to my friend. I said, look, I just want to start going to church. And he said, well, slow down a little bit because you might get caught in a church that you will find it difficult to leave, but won't want to stay at. You know, and
Ah,
um,
it's a good way to put
like
it.
like a lot of these people where they go with their wives or their girlfriends, and then people get attached and all this stuff. And so, luckily, yeah. Anyways, long story short, I had a guy who became my friend now. He actually came to my baptism, um, who kind of took me through it all and showed me, and then I went off on my own and started looking. Once you get the bearings of it, you can kind of go on by yourself and start looking deeper. You know, as I'm sure you guys have.
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah. That's it. And honestly, it was kind of I think it was really good for my own walk as well, being so far away, where I had to start not relying on going to the parish and actually start doing it, you know, at my house or like
Yep.
at least the the with my family, like I because there was nowhere to go. Like where you're out here so far away from any type of thing. You're in contact with these priests over the phone, but like all they can do is say, "Here's the material," you know. You got to do
Yeah.
it now. It's up to you now. Until you can make it that far. But it was good for me to do that, to make it more real in my own life.
Yeah.
But
And um, through God's providence, He knows what it will take to get us to where He wants us to go. Right? Like you probably wouldn't have just gone straight to TO. You know, it's always going to have been that way. That
yep,
you were going to learn these things as you went along and seek out the faith. If you are in good faith, in good conscience, you're going to seek out the faith, not just communion with patriarchs.
yep,
Um,
Yep.
yeah, that's it. That's cool. Well, good stuff, guys. I might
yeah,
just leave you to it,
okay,
but I thought I'd just at least say something.
yeah. I put the I don't know if you're into it or whatever, but I put the Discord link if you ever wanted to join and just be in there to see kind of what people are talking about and ma-
I really don't like Discord. It
yeah, a
just
lot of people
gets,
don't, but it is kind of weird.
it's
But
fine, it's good, but it just people, it seems to attract very, how do I say this nicely? Um,
Well, so far we've been blessed to have just people just good people in there so far, you know.
Okay,
So
that's cool. I'll have a look for
yeah,
sure.
yeah.
Yeah, I'll have a look for sure.
But
All right, guys. Well, glory to God, and I'll speak to you later on.
yeah, man. Thank you.
Hopefully, it was
All right,
good to talk to
thanks.
you.
You too. Bye.
Yeah, man. That's been a lot of people. Hey, if I'll put the let me put the link in the chat one more time in case we got anybody else that wants to come on. Thank you all so much for the people that have been on. It's been awesome talking to you. There's the link in the chat. Yeah. Man.
Wasn't expecting that.
Yeah.
Glory to God.
What a bunch of yeah. And it was all positive stuff too. No, you didn't
Yeah.
miss it. You just didn't miss it, man. There's the we're still going if you want to click that link and that I just put in the chat and we'll get you on. Kevin.
Austrian Orthodox over here in the comments. I'm assuming that's probably Karlik.
Oh, yeah, probably.
The one and the only.
Yeah. We'll give it about another minute or so here. See if anybody wants to join. But yeah, what do you think,
Yeah.
Josh?
Yeah. I mean, it's phenomenal. And I think,
Yeah.
continuing to, explain the things, because I think for people that are on the fence, like we were, explaining, explaining the things that, you know, um, like a lot of what the pushback is that you get the counter argument from a lot of the world Orthodox, being able to explain, and clear up the preconceived notions and the echo chamber arguments and stuff like that. I think that'll do. I pray, Lord willing, that'll do a lot to help people to see, hopefully, come to the realization of what we found out.
Yep.
That's it's a big deal.
Also, uh there's a lot of people like to read Father Seraphim Rose's stuff. Subdeacon Nectarios has a great book of it with his letters. It's actually called Saint Seraphim Rose on the Old Calendarists. So
Yep.
if you wanted to see his actual perspective on the Old Calendarists, I would definitely pick that book up. He explains it very well, objectively. Um, so that's a good one. And also, I think in our last video we put a link to Saint Philaret's sorrowful epistles. And those are letters that Saint Philaret wrote to uh, World Orthodox um, patriarchs along the year. I think is in the 70s. Those are give a really good perspective, and also what is it? The catacomb saints.
Yes.
Oh,
Russia's Catacomb Saints by I. M. Andreev, which is also
I think Subdeacon Nectarios is in here. He said, "Fun fact: I wrote
oh,
that in
is
10
he?
hours." Yeah, but yeah, that's a great. That really helped me see the true Father Seraphim Rose. Um, instead of what I had heard from different people in the Antiochian and the Rocor MP from how they described what he said, and they'd actually use him to argue against people being true Orthodox, which was crazy to see. So
Well, see, the craziest thing is that Russia's Catacomb Saints. It's it was humbly dedicated to I. M. Andreev, who was an unbelievable believer in his own right, but what I didn't realize was that pretty much Saint Seraphim Rose wrote that book. He wrote all the subsequent parts. The I Am Andreev wrote part one. It's a couple parts. I can't remember how many total, but uh, Saint Seraphim Rose basically wrote the entirety of the book, and I think he
Yeah.
might have translated it too. So go
Yeah.
figure. But if you're reading that and you're like, and then once you find that out, you're going, oh, okay, that it helps to clear up a lot of the misconceptions on
Yeah.
like you were saying earlier, the how they spin his work and what he contributed to the faith in world orthodoxy to try to kind of form fit it to him, um, essentially making the argument for world orthodoxy is like nothing can be further from the truth when you really dive in.
That can be a good thing to kind of go over real quick before we end here, giving people a chance to join if they want to. But I was going to say, what are the most common things that you or arguments that you hear once you tell somebody or what about true orthodoxy? Can you think you can come up with those off the top? What your most common
Uh,
things you hear?
when you're talking about like an opposition,
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Like, what's the main thing
uh,
that they go to?
that it's what was the thing most recently of the individual from the comments from the
If you
last
don't have a,
video?
I think
Something
he
about
said if you don't have a patriarch, then you
Protestantism.
don't have sacraments.
If you don't have the patriarch, you don't have sacraments, which it's like, what do I know, man? I'm basically brand new to this, but I'm pretty sure it's a bishop, if I'm not mistaken. So I don't
Yeah.
understand how you make that. Why you need again? It's this hyper fixation, and that's where that whole Western Roman Catholicism nonsense is bleeding over into world
Well,
Orthodox.
with
And
that
it's
logic,
incestuous. Yeah, yeah.
with that
Go ahead.
logic, Saint John Maximovich, his sacraments wouldn't have been valid.
Exactly. Exactly. Yeah, see, it's these little things that they get tripped up, and and the funniest thing is, and this is what really put me over the edge because number one, I I was that I got very I had a visceral whatever that sphere it is. It had me for a minute of that visceral reaction to being confronted with the facts of true orthodoxy, and I was like, no, nope, get that out of my face. And so another one is I viewed it, and this has been the argument that I've seen repeated, constantly is like it's Protestant in nature because they broke away. Um, and if you don't look any further into it, that it passes
Yep.
the sniff test at first.
On to the next. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, no,
That's me too.
exactly,
Yeah.
exactly. And I
Check
thought
that
because I'm
off.
looking at it, and I'm going, okay, well, I hear you guys talking over here, in the corner, and it's like, okay, you just got your megaphone from the parking lot, is the analogy that I've been using. And the fight's going on inside the arena. Like, you guys left. So don't Monday morning quarterback. You can come back anytime, pick up the rifle and get in the trench with us and, like, let's go to work.
But
But
in
I
reality,
don't
it's
need to hear
opposite.
yeah, arrogance on my part without even giving due diligence to say, well, what are they actually saying out here? We're over here going, please listen, like, and not even really that. It's really just, we're just floating the message out there, doing what we're doing, as it came to find out. And you write it off immediately. But they make, like, Father Peter Hears, somebody brought up Father Peter Hears. I, I used a lot of what he said without doing my own, again, due diligence, which was essentially like, because somebody asked him in one of the interviews, they said, "Well, why don't you just go join True Orthodox?" And he's like, "Oh no, they quit. We're over here fighting the good fight and yada yada yada, and you guys quit." So they'll use that as like a, you don't they invert it, and I don't think a lot of them know what they're doing, but it's the spirit of, like, they think it's like a fortress you're trying to defend. Well, first of all, the Lord doesn't need you to do that for him. And I forgot that, you know, it, you,
And it's
you start
funny.
to, yeah,
it
You
ends
know,
up being it ends up actually being like the true spirit of rebellion. If you
it
trying to
does.
the fight from within thing, if you really think
Yep.
about it, or who's actually being rebellious here? Like
Yes.
so you're saying that your bishops are wrong, but you're going to stay in there and argue with them or fight or you know fight from within is the big thing that I hear. But
Yes. What are you defending? It's like
yeah,
when you finally when you take a step back, and if you're blessed enough to be granted a moment of clarity amidst the delusion, you realize what like what am I defending here? What
yeah,
is this? Like I already know where this ship is at. I use that we Nathan and I were talking about, we were using the analogy the other day of like it's like getting on a giant, it's like getting on a ship. The ship leaves port, and then you look over the side and it says Titanic on it. But you already know how the story ends. And then there's a group of people in a lifeboat that are like, "Here, come on, come in the lifeboat. We're gonna get off. We got some room here. You know, come aboard." And you're like, well, you know, there's an event going on in the ballroom tonight. I'm gonna go attend that. They got really good food here. I'm gonna stay here. You know, honestly, I met some pretty decent individuals. I'm just gonna hang out, and we're gonna kick it. You know, we got some
all
time
right,
before
man.
we hit the iceberg. It's not that
Yeah,
big of a deal. And yeah, exactly. And it's like you start to realize like this is insane, but it's subtle.
yeah.
And then you start, and then if somebody
It's
like
like the carrot on the stick.
insists,
You
yeah,
know.
if somebody's like, well, here's the facts, this is just so you know, this is what you're snubbing your nose up at, and you're like, "E- I had the same visceral reaction that every like even that guy in the comments did, which was like, get out of here with your crap. I don't like you guys are you guys are schismatics. You took your toys and left the playground. We're not in the same playing field. Arrogance. And it's like it's an inversion until you start to truly start to look and not just repeat the same talking points in the echo chamber that anybody, that's how dangerous it is. Anybody can be susceptible to it. That's how crafty the enemy can be. Um, and I mean, the guy again that's preaching it here on the channel, and then I'm engaging in the very same thing. And and then you start to realize the definitions of things. What does schism and being a schismatic? What does that actually mean?
Yep.
What does the history say? Um, those things are all like they're not. It's the most relevant. You can't just submit to hive mind, like not understanding and not knowing when blatant contradictions and blatant hypocrisy are popping up over and over again.
Well, that's just your
Something's
opinion and
wrong.
stuff, man. We got
Yeah,
somebody.
exactly.
We got Reader Momo that joined. Let's get him on. And see what he. What's up, man? Can you hear us?
God bless, guys. Yep. Can you hear me?
Yep,
Hey
loud and
there.
clear.
Oh, awesome. I just figured I'd jump in. I
Awesome.
saw the link was posted in our Telegram chat that we have. So that's why you have a lot of us GOC guys.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah.
Hey, it's been a blessing to have all you guys. It's awesome to have some
Oh, no worries. I just
positive
figured I'd
positive
jump
things.
in, say a few words. I guess have a chat. I'm not sure. I'm not too familiar how you guys normally do your streams and shows, though.
We just go. I mean, whatever you want to talk about. We usually people usually like kind of tell where they came from and how they got to the point they're at, and if
Beautiful.
that's something you'd like to do, you know.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
I can give an interesting perspective, I guess, because I'm a cradle GOC.
No
Nice.
kidding.
Oh
So I can
wow,
give, I guess, that perspective in a way. My background is
that's gonna be
Serbian.
some like 0.0%.
Yeah, well, there's some of us, but
Yeah,
a lot of the Greeks and stuff. But my
yeah.
background is Serbian. I'm from Canada initially, from our good parishes we have in Toronto, and we have a Serbian church with us over there that joined with the GOC. I think 2010 or so. And so through that Serbian church, I kind of or the people kind of joined. And so I guess for my background is I'm a cradle, so I'm born into the Orthodox faith. I have my family is all, you know, Serbian. I have a lot of from the Serbian diaspora in North America, you know, a lot of my family in Europe and everything. But then I'm also have my sort of, I guess, introduction into the GOC, I guess how I came to the GOC. So in a way, I have the convert experience while also understanding the kind of cradle perspective of things.
For sure.
It was actually through in Canada, we have a really beautiful priest, really amazing priest. He did an interview actually recently on the Tea Time, Etna's Tea Time at the seminary. It's Father David Belden, and he's a missionary priest. He was from Boston, from the area, and he worked his way upwards into Canada. And he has a beautiful story. He started essentially, not even just for TO, for True Orthodoxy, but generally the first English missionary work in Canada. The first English Orthodox church was actually a True Orthodox church in Toronto, Canada.
Oh, wow.
It's very interesting enough. And he has a very, beautiful story how he used to be an Anglican priest, and he came from a long line of just, Anglicans and I think he has, even from the Mayflower, some of his descendants come from like the American. So he is as American as it gets.
Right.
But anyway, he's a truth seeker. Anyway, he started up basically an English Orthodox mission, and that's partly where my story comes in, where I saw the faith through not just a tradition, but also through this man, through this priest who was doing missionary work in English. And so that's why I have a bit of I guess I understand the cradle and the convert, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah, that's got to be it's a good understanding to have, I'd say, to be able to kind of think about what other people have to go through to kind of relearn what they've been taught their whole entire life,
Yeah, absolutely.
I've
Because
ac-
for a
I've
lot of
ac-
the Orthodox, oh sorry,
You go ahead. You good? Go ahead.
it just for a lot of the Orthodox people in general, right? The Serbians, the Greeks, and so on. It's a big tradition, right? So the Orthodox faith is very traditional. It's very cultural. It's ingrained into the people. They're very Orthodox. They'll live for Orthodoxy. They'll die for Orthodoxy. They'll fight in the front lines for it. But then they'll only go to church, 2 times a year, or they'll don't really do fasting or do all these things. And so they are very much so Orthodox. But there is a deep issue kind of within the cradle, especially I guess diaspora community and in general, where there's after a certain point, once the culture becomes infused, the people sort of forget, they forget the zeal, they forget the why did the ancestors kind of convert in the first place. And I think that is a kind of current issue within the Greeks, the whole general cradle Orthodox, the Greeks, the Serbians, the Russians. And so there's definitely a balance between a lot of the cradles who, they know the Orthodox culture. They've maintained the traditions. They've kept these ways, but they don't know what it's like not to have it, and they don't have the experience. It's not they don't have the zeal necessarily, but they don't have the vigor, one could say, compared to the many converts who come in. They have a lot of the zeal. They have a lot of the vigor. They're truth seekers. They've given up. They've searched and gone through amazing stories to find orthodoxy, like you guys, like yourselves and everyone. Yeah. And so there's a balance. There's a balance between what I'm saying is the cradles need the converts and the converts need the cradles.
I was just about to say, I've talked to a few cradle Orthodox people that have said that same exact thing. They're actually not knowing this, talking to them, but they're like, seeing all these people come in, it like really makes me want to like look more into where my faith came from, because they just grow up with it, like you said, but it inspires them, which is awesome. I didn't even think about that when I first did it, but yeah,
it's a beautiful thing. And I guess going back to the True Orthodox topic, a lot of people are inquiring into the churches and inquiring into this topic. It's almost like a esoteric Orthodox topic in many ways. At least in the last couple of years, it's gotten really popular over the last couple of years. And last year there was a bunch of interviews with some Roman Catholics and some Protestants who made some videos about it. Obviously Jay Dyer and everyone. But I guess it's, for me, the way that I see it, it's because the situation at, the state of the Orthodox world and the faith in general, not just over the last 100 years, but currently, right? It's everything that happened. it keeps happening every day, every week, every month, every year. There's another thing. Elpidophoros is doing this. Bartholomew is doing this. The Antiochians are doing this. It's a never-ending sort of system that just keeps happening. And many people who are either in those situations expecting, oh, maybe this can change, maybe it can get better, or just anybody
Just
viewing
like the world news.
Yeah, it just
Yeah.
it's going towards a trajectory, basically. And I think, and I personally strongly believe that it's all allowed by God. He's ringing the bell, basically. The sound has been sung, the bell is ringing for all of the people to kind of see. But it's not to go and discredit anybody in those churches. They're very good and pious people, but there is definitely a sound that's ringing, horn that's being played to separate, kind of, as the scripture says, right, the chaff from the wheat, to separate those who, not to say care more about these things, but to separate those who have eyes to see, ears to hear, who pursue the truth. Yeah, exactly.
That'll get
And
your
it's just
blood going.
it's every day, it's every year, it's every day, it's every month, it's every year. There's always just something that's going on. And even the work from Subdeacon Gitaros is very, very good. He's documenting all the situation in Orthodoxy, world Orthodoxy. And so it's a beautiful thing, and God willing what the future holds, but it's all allowed by the will of God. I think a lot of people generally, they don't emphasize that point enough. They kind of forget that point. When you look at just the faith, it's persecuted because it's true, not because of, like Orthodox Christianity has been persecuted relentlessly by the, communism and Freemasonry and all these innovations, especially within the last 100 years. And
yes,
the biggest emphasis is that, well, did God let these things happen? God wasn't silent. He let these things happen. He saw the Freemasons creeping into the Greek Hellenic sphere churches. He saw and he allowed the Bolsheviks and the communists to go into the Slavic church. He knew all of this and he allowed all of this, but he wasn't silent. And some of the greatest miracles and the greatest saints that were given to us from these latter, these days, the saints of Rokor, St. John Maximovich, St. Philaret, that's God's answer to communism. And then you look at Greece. God's answer to what was going on was the miracle, blatantly in a miracle, the miracle of the cross above Athens in 1925. And so that's God's answer, that he allowed all these things to happen for his will, to separate the chaff from the wheat, to separate those faithful to him, like this, to separate those who are, what does the scripture say again, lukewarm. If you are neither hot nor cold, but lukewarm, I will spit you out.
I'm not familiar. The crossover. Did you say Athens?
Yes.
What happened with that?
I think it was like a sign from God that fortified their position on what they thought about the calendar at the time. Was that correct, or is there more to it?
Yeah, it's a little bit more to it. There's a beautiful, there's some information somebody can post in the comments, I'm sure, about it. But it was a beautiful miracle, almost like essentially one of the greater miracles in almost Christian history, so this is in 1925, right? And the miracle, so during, the calendar change, all these persecutions that started happening, Melitios Metaxakis, and all these really big innovations and chains and persecutions that started in the Greek churches. Of course, as you guys know, the calendar change and also the forced persecutions. And under these persecutions, the police were sent through this, somehow they went with this, but the police were sent to arrest the priests who, weren't in line with the patriarch. They weren't in line with the authority. And it was the feast day for the Transfiguration of the Cross. And the Transfiguration of the Cross, right, is where elevation of the cross. And basically, when we commemorate the finding of the cross, in the 300s, by Emperor St. Constantine and St. Helen, and his mother, St. Helen. And essentially, as they were following the traditional calendar as they always had, and the police were sent there to arrest him, and the police were waiting on the outskirts of his church. It was around the outskirts of Athens. And as they were waiting to arrest the priest, they were waiting because there was too many people. There were around a couple hundred people there. And the police, they didn't want to arrest, they didn't want to cause a commotion because it would be too difficult to arrest the priest. But they were essentially sent there to persecute these Christians. So under this persecution, a giant cross appeared in the night sky. A giant, it was in a traditional sort of Byzantine style cross, just white with the bar. A giant cross appeared in the sky, and it was seen by the police officers who were sent there to arrest him, by the parish, and by everyone, by a lot of people, by atheists, by secular people in Athens. There's even famous reports of like a streetcar, bus drivers and streetcar drivers, as they were driving along that evening and that night, they saw this giant cross appear in the sky. And a lot of the police officers who were sent there to persecute and arrest these priests, the priest, and persecute these people, they were the ones who fell down to the knees, they were crying, they became, the most staunch Old Calendarists and staunch True Orthodox.
Wow.
And so a tremendous miracle. There's more. I'm butchering the story, but there's
an icon of it as well, miracle. Right?
Yes, there's a beautiful icon of it.
Yep.
That's amazing.
Yeah, I kind of butchered the story a little bit, but there's a lot to it. But essentially, it's a very beautiful miracle, like a direct miracle from God, that He showed a giant cross appearing in the sky. And this is before, before technology was that widespread in the 1920s in Greece. And it's before all this stuff. So there's no Project Bluebeam or anything, or no conspiracy. It wasn't drones. It wasn't anything. Before all of that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Incredible.
An OG sign.
And it was on the old calendar feast day. And it's a sad thing because this miracle is largely unknown in the larger Orthodox world. There's only a handful of times where a cross appeared in the sky like that. One famously, where St. Constantine, right before the Battle of the Milvian Bridge. I believe there was another time in Jerusalem at one point. And then this time, in 1925, at the midst of the persecution. And so that it goes back to what I was saying before, where this is for us in the GOC and for us, in True Orthodoxy, I suppose, this is that confirmation of faith, right? This is the confirmation that, God is not just with us, but He is with those who are with Him in this sense, right? Just as the Lord said, right? Blessed are ye when they persecute you and they revile you for my name's sake. Yes. And that's exactly what happened. These people were being persecuted by other Orthodox, for His name's sake, for Christ. And so that's the core root of Christianity. That's the core root of, not just like the core root and the essence of the Christian faith.
Yes, 100%.
Anyway, it's a miraculous story, and it's largely unknown, and many people either don't accept it or don't view it, but it was a major,
that's just your opinion and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, there's I'm assuming written documentation from multiple sources. I would imagine.
Oh yes, and eyewitness accounts, and like I said, there's famously the bus drivers and taxi drivers, and
something like that would have to have been. I would definitely say, but it would makes all the sense in the world that it would not be propagated, because that would shatter the entire narrative of world Orthodoxy. Certainly within within Goark and Constantinople.
They of course they reject a lot of these things, and I guess it's a peculiar situation because this persecution was done by other Orthodox. So it's funny because they obviously won't accept this miracle, they won't accept the situation, because then they would accept that, well, who sent the police to arrest them in the first place, and who was the one persecuting them in the first place? And even, I'm not sure if you guys know a bit of that history. The famous, Melitios Metaxakis, he was the one in the life of Saint Nectarios. He was the one in the 1920s, at the end of that, around that period, he was the one who persecuted Saint Nectarios. He was the one who slandered him. He was the one who accused him of sleeping with nuns.
Yeah.
He was the one who relentlessly, slandered him. And this is before the calendar change, before everything, before all this situation. While he was the Archbishop of Greece, he slandered and he persecuted Saint Nectarios. And even when Saint Nectarios reposed, he refused to give him a funeral. He hated him so much that he refused to give him a funeral. And I believe he left his coffin outside of the church, literally outside for several days even. So it was brutal, relentless persecution. And then funnily enough, but just crazily enough, that he is that patriarch, that bishop who became patriarch, he's the only person in Christian history to hold two sees, to hold two patriarchal sees. He was Archbishop of Greece. Well, at first I believe he was bishop of one of the islands, Cyprus, or what's the other island there in Greece? Crete. I believe he was Crete. I believe he was the bishop of Crete. And then he became Archbishop of Greece. He persecuted St. Nectarius. And then he became Patriarch of Constantinople, where he changed the calendar and forced persecutions, did all these changes. He was kicked out of Constantinople because of these extreme reforms. And then he went to, and he somehow became the Patriarch of Alexandria. And then again, did reforms and did all the new calendar innovations and all these Freemasonic reforms. And even then on his deathbed, while he was in late age, he wanted to then become the Patriarch of Jerusalem. And I believe the story goes that he had a heart attack while on a boat on his way to Jerusalem to attempt to become the Patriarch of Jerusalem.
Unbelievable.
So he got the ball rolling with all
and he started that.
Saint Nectarius, he kept the old count because that was right around the time that all this was happening, was it not? The 20s.
It was right at that point. Yep, right at that point, same time.
And he resisted.
He absolutely resisted.
No kidding.
He absolutely resisted, and it's because this is a topic that everybody can kind of see, because everyone acknowledges Saint Nectarius as a saint, that he's holy, but it's that the same persecution that was done to Saint Nectarius was then done to the old calendarists, to the true Orthodox. It literally continued. It didn't stop. And I think that's a very big point to emphasize, that persecution that was done to a saint that everybody recognizes was and is being continued. And there's also, just to add to that, so around this time, 1920s, that's where the Freemasonic sort of infiltration and really development went underway in the Hellenic South, right? The Greece and these patriarchies in the South. And there's no coincidence. There's no coincidence that at the exact same time in 1920, in the South, Orthodox South, in the Orthodox North, in the Slavic sphere, what was going on? The Bolsheviks, communism, mass genocide, mass takeover. The living church, the Bolshevik attempt at a living church, and all these renovations and reforms, that's happening at the exact same time.
Yes.
And so Orthodoxy is being devastated from the North, from communism and all these these innovations in these churches, and then from the South at the exact same time, the Freemasons are doing these innovations and these changes. And so that's not a coincidence. This is a coordinated attack.
Yep.
Not at all. I don't know
exactly
if you saw
what Josh had been saying. To me, it's like, because I didn't put two and two together with that, but he pointed that out.
Yeah, and
coordinated effort.
Oh, it had to have been, because the fact of the matter is that has all the markings of there's a hidden hand at play on the global stage at that particular time in history. If you see just exactly what you just got done saying, Bobo, it's to have what was happening with the old calendar debacle in Greece, and then the Bolshevik revolution, it was the Bolsheviks ramping up the persecution of the church and then shoving Soviet, because I don't think in Russia they were still trying to kind of tiptoe around, because it was, I think obviously a little bit of a cultural, from what I'm gathering, slowly but surely here, I have a little bit more of a point of reference on the Russian side of things than I do the Greek, but it seems that the Bolsheviks had to, and I think it was the same thing with the Freemasons with the Bolsheviks, and they had to kind of be a little bit more careful and tactful of how they were going to, because Patriarch Tikhon, he was they were constantly trying to poison him, and from what it makes so much sense, they couldn't outright assassinate or persecute him because it would have threatened their grip, and they were kind of in shaky ground in the 20s, it seems. So they had to wait till he was gone to then use Sergius as their puppet. But once they got Sergius in there, it was they had successfully eclipsed the church, and they're just working the clergy like puppets to this day. And
that's exactly what happened now.
They were able to do it. They were able to do it, all throughout the Orthodox world at that particular junction. They had already had Rome, but
Yep.
They needed to get orthodoxy. And see, it's the funniest thing because there's a spirit behind it. And I think we were talking about with another person that was coming on earlier, just the overall feeling. It's there's a growing up Roman Catholic. When we were in the Antioch, we had the Antiochian experience and even the ROCOR experience to a little bit of a lesser degree. Um, it You could tell there was a lot of similarity there with the you could just kind of you could there's a worldly element to it, a transactionality that and if you study Freemasonry, and if you study the great work and their plan and all of these things of how they orchestrate and how they indoctrinate and how they do it under the cloak of the host religion of which they infiltrate it, you start to see the signs and symptoms, but
Yeah.
it's and you can start to tell, hence the reason why it's so important to have discernment. And they
Absolutely.
don't, and when they have the emphasis in the dead giveaway, which is simple, it doesn't take an intellectual to figure this out. And certainly not Sherlock Holmes, but if you can see, if you cannot, if the emphasis is on blind obedience and not discernment or a
Yeah.
balance, you already know what's going on there. There
Yeah,
should be
absolutely.
sirens and red flags going off. And see, that's the funny thing with True Orthodoxy, which is what really I think roped us into a greater or lesser extent, is they there is not a there's not a shock collar when you walk through the door where it's
Yeah.
like, say the wrong thing, don't say that. It's an open environment and there's a lot of patience. Fruit.
Yeah,
Whereas
absolutely.
with world Orthodoxy, they snuff it out, every chance that they get from a hierarchical perspective. But that's what also gives them away.
It really is, especially, asking these specific questions and inquiring into these specific topics. Like, from the outskirts, Jay Dye, everyone else, they're completely sound. Everything seems completely fine. And that's, of course, the image that they want to present, that this is
Yes.
the Orthodox Church, everything is fine. And then this is why true Orthodoxy, in a way, is the Achilles heel of world Orthodoxy. And this is why even
Yeah.
many Roman Catholics and Protestants are using it as an Achilles heel. Because it's like, wait a second, if you say you're all full, you're perfect, this is it. Well, what about these guys? And what's going on with them? They're more traditional than you are. Well, what's going on? And I think that's
Yes.
especially in the recent years and inquiry and just asking these questions. Because for me, right, my background is Serbian. And so a lot of my family is in Europe, is in Serbia, and a lot of them are unaware of these things. And they don't understand these topics. And they're very Orthodox. But from the current day, they're what I describe, I guess, sort of conservative. They have a sort of conservative ecumenism. In the current day, the Greeks and the Goark and so Antiochians, they have a type of liberal ecumenism, whereas the Russians and the Serbians, they have a sort of conservative ecumenism. It's still
Yes.
ecumenism, but it's different in the sense, and you can see it.
Yeah.
You can see, for example, Goark Ilpidophoros, he's very progressive. He's very supporting the Skittles. He's doing all these things. The Church of Finland, I believe, just enacted some policies a couple months ago. Certain policy changes around LGBT
Mhm.
and everything, and obviously Bartholomew. But then you look at, I guess, the Slavic North, Serbia, Russia, all these countries. They're very conservative. They're very traditional and for traditional values. But then you look at them, and then you see, well, Serbia, especially since the '80s, especially since for a long time, for many years, they're in the World Council of Churches, and they're actually one of the worst ecumenists because they're very open about this interfaith prayer with just Jews and Muslims and Catholics. They're the ones who very famously, a couple of years ago, the patriarch of Serbia, he openly went into a synagogue and lit a menorah and prayed with the Jews, violating like every canon, from the Gospels, even from the epistles and the canons and all the traditions, and just even the Protestants don't even do that, but he did that. And then you have in Russia, of course, you have what was it called? The Department of Ecumenical Relations in Russia.
Yeah.
And they, of course, they pray with everyone. They do everything. And then in Russia, hosts the leaders of world traditional religions in Kazakhstan, started by Patriarch Kirill. And so when you look at these things, it's very difficult to see, and many people get caught up, especially in that dialectic, almost Hegelian dialectic in a way, but that dialectic, right? Which is,
Yes.
oh, okay, well, the liberalism of the Bartholomew, so we got to go to Rokor, we got to go to the
Yes.
conservatism, the
Right where
traditionalism
they
of
want
the.
them.
Yeah,
All
exactly.
All you're doing
There's
is
a
going from
flavor for
the
everybody.
you're just going from the black tile to the white tile on their Masonic
They
board.
don't address none of them are addressing the actual core issues. Nobody ever addresses the fact, wait a minute, we're in the World Council of Churches, which may I point out, actually, this is actually an interesting tangent. Sorry, I'm going off on these tangents, but
Go ahead.
the World Council of Churches, right, started since 1948, has received millions upon millions, if not billions of dollars from the Orthodox Church, you say, the Orthodox churches as a whole.
Yeah.
They're founding members. The Church of Patriarch of
Bartholomew.
Alexandria, but the Patriarchs of Alexandria, Alexandria, Constantinople, Jerusalem, they're founding members of this organization.
Yep.
This same organization that's based in Geneva, Switzerland, and it's called the World Council of Churches, WCC. This is the exact same time in the exact same area, Geneva, right, where the World Economic Forum is located, and
Go
what the
figure.
World Health Organization is located. And so there's a very interesting, all these World Health Organization, World Council of Churches, World Economic Forum, they're all connected, very much so.
I think we just did a video, like 2 videos back, on the World Council of Churches, and they're actually the ecumenical arm of NATO as well.
Yes.
You know?
Yes. As well as the United Nations.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I
It's
think somebody, sorry.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I think somebody mentioned it. A previous person might have mentioned it. You see a lot of the arguments are from the same playbook. It's a lot of the same sort of understanding, same arguments. I forgot who said it. Maybe Macarius, who came in earlier, and he said it, that it's a lot of the same understanding. Again, this is by design, of course, because when you look at the World Economic Forum, if you don't agree with us, you're a racist, you're a bigot, you're a misogynist, you're a this. The World Health Organization, what do they say? They say, if you don't agree with us, you're an anti-vaxxer, you're a science denier, you're a this. Then you have the World Council of Churches. If you disagree with us, then you're a Donatist and a schismatic and a heretic. And it's all the exact same mentality, the exact same playbook, the same style. And this is not coincidental whatsoever.
Gaslighting.
They're all from the same place, run by the same people.
Exactly. Gaslight, projection, manipulation, and control. That's their playbook. And they, again, it's one of those things that, people, it works very well on masses of individuals who are easily, if you are not, you got to be like a pit bull, attached to the truth. And if you're not, they can easily get you to loosen the grasp. And by using, it's so simple because, they've got it down to such a fine science now that, and again, when the easiest place to do it is dealing in the realm of religion and faith, where they can make up, when you can't tell the difference between an idol and the genuine article, they can manipulate that just based off of using your emotions, and they're very, 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 very good at it.
Groupthink, sort of, if you're not with us, you're against us. Absolutism, groupthink, appeal to authority, appeal to emotion.
Yes.
Right?
Yes. And the crazy thing is that the faith requires, even if you are by yourself, that you don't relent, because you have to have that. It's what did Christ say? The difference between the house built on the rock and the house built on sand. It's if I'm using it correctly, I think you have to have that foundational faith in order to withstand the onslaught that is inevitable. Especially if you go through the gauntlet of world orthodoxy, because once you get there, at least it was our experience, that it's like you feel like you've arrived, and it's the last test. Well, not the last test, but it's the last big hurdle before you get to the fullness of the true fullness of the truth, the genuine article. and
Yeah.
they do a good job, man. We used to say that, as you walk through if you walk through the doors of the church, what was it, Nathan? It was like, they'll get you the dialects right there. They'll get you to go left or they'll get you to go right, but the ladder
Yep.
is straight ahead.
Yep.
And then
Yeah, either way, they got you. If you're just gonna, yeah,
yep,
whatever's the first thing you see is what you hold on to. Whatever you're
yeah,
comfortable with, then they got you.
yeah,
Stay uncomfortable.
comfortably
Absolutely. It's
uncomfortable. Yeah,
comfortably uncomfortable. Huh. It's a sort of cognitive dissonance in a way, because a lot of people, and I think that's the saving grace for many people, they're unaware of these things. They're unaware of this whole topic. They're unaware of all these things, and obviously judgment is very different from simple newcomers or lay people in a lot of these in world orthodoxy, compared to the priests and the bishops and patriarchs who knowingly lead these people astray, right? And there's
yeah,
I think it's an important distinction, especially in the TO communities, especially in a lot of the TO, like some certain groups on Discord or whatever in the TO communities will simply jump and make blanket statements that, if you're in the world orthodoxy, you're all just heretics and you're all just, you're all this and you're all that. And I think a distinction needs to be made, because there's so many people who are very unaware, who agree
yeah,
completely. If you bring this up to them, World Council of Churches, they're going to be horrified by this. They're going to be
yes,
horrified, and they're going to disagree completely with all of these actions. And it takes like you guys were saying, a great level of discernment and courage to sort of ask these questions and look into this stuff, and a state of, what you said, uncomfortableness, to really go into sort of ask these questions and look into these things and ask your priest and say, hey, wait a minute, why is this happening? What's this going on? Like, why is this happening, and this and this? And so it's a great discernment, because even, like, for example, like learning sort of the truth of this whole situation, what I mentioned a bit earlier about the money situation, it's actually a very sad truth, but it's the truth that currently, like right now, all the members, the World Council of Churches, all of the Orthodox jurisdictions in the World Council of Churches have to pay, I believe, a yearly fee. They have to pay a yearly fee on top of donation. They pay a membership fee on top of donations. And there's also many other, voluntary donations that they make. All of them, they pay millions of dollars every year, essentially. And this is from the Goarch, the Greek churches, the Antiochians, and everything. Where does this money come from?
Yeah.
And this is and this is the most gut-wrenching thing. Where is this money coming from? It's coming from the churches. It's coming from the people. And what a horrible, horrible, disgusting tragedy when you can say, if you can trust, I gave money to my church hoping to make a donation for my salvation, but my money ended up going to Geneva, Switzerland, to help fund the international organization of the World Council of Churches to help further the Antichrist.
that's
And
correct.
that's one of the greatest, like,
Man,
taunts of the devil almost against us.
Oh, it's
what a
oh,
great
am I?
description of that.
No, it absolutely is. I mean, and you talk about the ultimate just, I mean, cake on the face. I mean, the money going to arms trafficking, human trafficking. I mean, drug trafficking, every different kind of trafficking that there is. I mean, it's um, along with like you said, enacting the agenda. It's the
Yeah.
ultimate. It's the ultimate. Look how dumb those Christians are. And
Yeah.
it's like, if only people knew. But to your point, it's a nuanced thing. Very, very well stated that you can't just throw a blanket statement out there of all those in World War III, because Nathan and I talk about it all the time. There's a lot of people were just like us, that they're
They're on the
still
way.
looking, or they're on yep, and they're just looking for the light at the end of the tunnel of, like, how do we, what's the answer? How do we get out of here? It's not always apparent immediately, but taking a nuanced perspective, and then most importantly shining a light on these things, it's so important. It
Yeah.
really, really is.
It really is, and it's because it's what I said earlier as well. It's, the bell is ringing. However long this is going to go on for, because the question could be asked is, how long will this really go on for? How long will God allow this sort of almost sacrilege and this sort of heresy to go on for? And of course, this is This is, like I said earlier, all by the will of God. God allowed he allowed and allows all of these things to happen. Currently there's talks of, after Bartholomew, Patriarch Bartholomew, that Elpidophoros from America might become the next Patriarch of Constantinople. And of course, if he's the next Patriarch, then he's going to enact even more reforms, and he might be the one to finally push a union with the Roman Catholics. And so this is just, day after day, week after week, this is, the bell is ringing, and it's, what is the analogy after the end of Lent? To those who come at the 11th hour, those who come at the 11th hour will be treated the same as those who have been since the first. If you have fasted, if you haven't, and I think the same analogy could be applied here, even to those who come to true Orthodoxy, to come to us at the 11th hour, like 5 minutes before midnight. It's the same as the prodigal son, and our attitude, and this is what I try to emphasize among many of us in our groups, that we should rejoice like the father rejoices with the prodigal son, to say, your brother is alive, welcome him in. Even if they persecuted us, even if they were slandered against us, even if they were the ones who helped do these things, if they have come at the 11th hour, they have come by. Like they are there. They've come to the feast. I think that's the current situation and the paradigm in which we live in. That's the situation. And I was speaking, my monologuing, but I was speaking to a newcomer a while ago, and he was saying, "Oh well, a new inquirer into all this whole situation." And he was saying, "Well, this is unfair that I had to walk into this situation." He was sort of lamenting the fact that this whole ecumenism situation is, it was very uncomfortable, right? And so it got me thinking in the sense of, well, if you became a Christian at any certain point in history, let's say in the 300s or in the early centuries, well, then you would have had to deal with the Arian situation, the Arian heresy. Or if you became a Christian in the 600s, you would have to deal with the iconoclasm and monophysitism, or even in the later centuries, Roman Catholicism and then Protestantism. And so it's not a new thing. The situation isn't a new situation. We've always dealt with heresies, and a lot of the time, the majority has fallen to these heresies. But it's the same thing that the select few, the minority, the faithful minority that have kept the faith, that have preserved the traditions, who will not change. And them, like you guys were saying, all the conversations, them by your fruits. You have eyes to see and ears to hear. And it's a beautiful thing where those of like mind come together. And I can see, even with many people in my church, in the GOC churches, in many different countries, they're all like me. They're all like me in the sense of they're truth seekers. They've given up everything. They've searched long and far and wide, and they've ended up here. And there's no coincidence that all these people have ended up here, whether it be priests or clergy. And it's almost beautiful. I wish to just compile a lot of these stories so people can really see that this is the truth seekers from all over the world have, searched and found and come to and ended up in the same place. And that's all by God, of course.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And hopefully, yeah, that's awesome, man. That's great to hear.
Anyway, I don't want to keep you guys too long. I feel like I monologued a bit too much.
No.
No,
It was
greatly
awesome.
enjoyed it. It was a blessing. Absolutely.
Anyways, thank you for having me on, guys. And
Yep. Look
hopefully
forward
if
to
you
hearing
guys do
from you
more,
again.
more streams like this, then more of us can come on.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Don't be a stranger.
Absolutely. Well, I'll hit up your Discord chat, and we also have our Telegram chat that I'm sure somebody can post the link to.
For sure.
Cross pollination going on.
Yes, absolutely.
Take care, guys.
See you.
Thank you. Bye now.
And I think that that last thing he said was that was like people coming together and sharing these stories. I think that a lot of people just from this, I think we'll hear so many different accounts if you're on the fence or just looking into whatever, figuring stuff out for yourself. But there's so many things that I've never heard that I just heard.
Yes.
That were just so.
We were over here thinking we were going to have
these
to.
Guys.
Yeah. We were over here thinking we're going to have to be like, man, if this turns out to be an onslaught of just like you know,
That's what I
what
was
do you guys think
expecting.
you're doing? Blah blah blah. We're gonna have to be like, dude. And we had the brothers show up in force tonight. we
Yeah,
got
that
a we
was
got a
awesome.
first class education. I mean, we were thinking we were gonna
Glory to
have to,
God.
be
Yep.
tracking a bunch of people down to that know way more than us to share with the audience of what are these things that have the stories. And this is such a
Eh,
blessing and a great start to this journey.
Yeah. By His providence, He did that. You know.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah,
Oh,
sent to Calvary.
we have a Ben Thorpe, aka Abel. Let's get him on.
Hey guys.
Hello, sir.
Hi.
Hey there.
Hi, nice to meet you. I am I'm just curious. I've had a little, in America we don't have many Orthodox, but like I know they're sort of there. But I used to be a Catholic theology teacher, and I taught mostly millennials, Catholic kids, and they had very little interest, frankly, in theology. And it's interesting to see uh a new generation of people, especially who become interested in orthodoxy. And I just am curious as to like what the appeal is, because I have a lot of respect for orthodoxy as a tradition, and I totally understand like cradle orthodox valuing those traditions. And I think in many ways orthodoxy has appealing aspects, but I'm curious. I assume you guys are converts to
Yes.
orthodoxy,
Yep.
and I'm just curious. I'm genuinely curious why that would appeal more than Catholicism, because I'm a convert from Protestantism, and Orthodoxy had no appeal at all whatsoever to me when I looked into it. But I just don't really get it.
Um,
It seems like it's a weak case as a convert. That's all I'm saying.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, so this will hit a little bit close to home. I was raised Catholic, very, 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 very Catholic.
Oh, okay. So
Roman
you
Catholic.
converted from Catholicism to Orthodoxy.
Well, not. So I was raised in my adolescence. I was raised Catholic. My father was actually the athletic director of Villanova University, so that's how Catholic I was.
Oh yeah, sure.
And I went the way of the world for a while, and then went back through the Protestant pipeline before coming to Orthodoxy.
Interesting. Okay.
So it was an experience. But to kind of to the best of my ability, answer your question. Uh, it's a tough one because I guess being raised Roman Catholic, I was again raised in it, and um, got to experience the things that I experienced. A lot. The biggest thing was growing up. Um, I was a kid that asked a lot of questions incessantly. I probably would have been a pain in your side as
No,
a Catholic
I had
theology teacher.
kids just all fell asleep. I was always
Yeah.
interested, like, how come no one
Well,
has
you
any
came from
questions?
Protestantism, so yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah,
It
a
was
lot of kids in that Catholic pipeline. I do believe there was a like a crisis of catechesis where everyone's just doing crayons and stuff, and then
Mhm.
they just see theology as like blah blah blah. Jesus loves you. You know what I mean? It's not like they hated it. They just thought it was like fat old women with like flannel. You know what I mean? Like it's not like there wasn't a lot of meat, and so it was hard to get them to take it seriously. In my
Absolutely.
experience,
It is tough, but having been raised in it, and it I went through a lot of the very young, seeing the starting to pick up on the contradictions, and that's where it started for me to really start to question things of the pedophilia. That was big. Seeing how the Pope handled, my earliest memories was John Paul II, and then um, just to see, that everybody
you don't mean
revered.
contradictions. You mean scandals. There's no contradiction.
So contradict. I mean, when I say contradiction, I mean like, well, wait a second. We're here supposed to be like, the least of these and the most innocent among us are not sacred, and the fact that the
Right.
the powers that be were sweeping it under the rug and just and then finding out that the priest that was the perpetrator was then moved over to, a parish,
Yeah, those are all
down the
scandals.
road.
Those are all. That's not like the Catholic faith teaches to do this stuff.
No, no. And I
Failures
know.
of human beings.
Yes, but it was take the intellectual when I started. So as a child, that's how I was processing things, as both a child and as an adolescent. And every priest that I met, it was very. I spent a lot of time with them. They were.
Hmm.
It was very. I don't know. Was the best way to. Very sterile, and it was. And that wasn't their fault, necessarily their fault, but they didn't know how to relate. I mean, I always thought it was very strange that, like, what's the deal with not being able to get married? Um, and
Mhm.
almost the repression. They were all many of them that I knew, and I'm not saying that was every one of them, but they did not like kids, ironically. And it was just the environment was very abrasive.
When is this? Like in the 80s, 90s? Oh no, you're
Oh no,
younger
yeah,
too.
no, 90, late
Lost,
90s,
lost.
early 2000. I was in it until I mean, I got all the way. I didn't do confirmation. I bowed out before confirmation. So this was, I probably stopped attending mass
You're talking about in parish.
2005.
Did you go to Catholic schools or just
Yes.
parish life?
I went to
Okay.
Catholic. I went to Catholic school, the whole 9 yards.
So I'm just curious because you must have been aware that there's tons of resources at this point online.
Oh yeah.
Any question you have, like, and I think you would admit that Catholics are not like, hey, shut up. That's just the way it is, right? Like, there
No,
are like,
there's
you
all
could
different
read
kinds.
Thomas Aquinas, you could spend your whole life exploring. So it's not like
Sure.
they were telling you shut up. You just were saying didn't seem like they had the like
No,
life of
there
Christ
was.
in them or something like that. That there was like
Yes,
a
yes, there was
lack
that.
of
What I
yeah,
was,
that's true.
even as a young kid, I remember, I remember when the Passion of the Christ came out, and it was like, yeah, that's that understanding, like, who he was, and then understanding it on a deeper level, and then putting that over the people that I knew that were the point of reference, who were the clergy. It's like, to me, it was like something doesn't smell right here. It never did.
Can
And
you explain what you mean by
that's
that?
that.
You saw Jesus. You're talking about the Mel Gibson movie.
Yes.
You
Yeah.
were like the priests don't seem like that character. Is what you're saying?
Yes. That was that movie had a profound impact on me at a very young age, and that that was a
That was Mel Gibson. He's like I don't he's like one of the cuckoo clock Catholics. I think he's like SSPX type guy. Sedevacantist maybe or something like that. But yeah, but that movie was very popular with Protestants as well.
Yeah, no, and I'm just saying, yeah, just for me specifically. But my point is, because all of that was just my personal. When it came down to objectively, where and we maybe agree to disagree, but when I came full circle back around, I tried to go back into Protestantism, and it was during the lockdown in 2020. And what the first place that I went back to was to a Jesuit
When you go back,
parish.
you went back to Catholicism from Protestantism?
Tried to. No,
Okay.
from basically secularism, of not going.
Okay.
I identified as Christian and I was raised Catholic, but I was the way of the world completely.
So
I
you're
wasn't
saying,
practicing.
but because it seems to me like, okay, so I also as a convert was like, most priests frankly come across as like, let's just not say, let's say I don't think they're like regular guys. Like they're either nerds or they're like, let's say guys who I think wouldn't have started a family. Okay, but that's just I don't judge the Catholic Church. You know, they're going to take who they can take, and then because of the sexual revolution, we're lucky we have any of them because of the celibacy requirement. But so you're saying the reason you got turned off by Catholicism because Catholics are not you were expecting them to seem like everyone's a saint and then
No,
you just
it
didn't
was
feel
data. It was data I accumulated over a very long period of time. Like I said, I still wasn't 100% sure in my adulthood when I came back around, but where I had to start digging into actually reading the history books and reading about the saints and reading about the actual theology and doing the work. wasn't until 2020, that was when I had my own personal existential crisis that brought me back seeking the truth and faith again. And
Mm,
when I showed up at the rectory to meet with the priest in my city that I was living in at the time, he almost had a heart
Catholic.
attack that I wasn't wearing a mask. And then I found out
Oh,
he was a Jesuit, and we had a very
I
awkward.
studied with the Jesuits. It's a very interesting group. It's
Oh
a
yeah,
mixed
yeah,
bag. But what I'm saying, what it is, if your dad was the AD at Villanova, okay, so like I worked in a high school that was very like, you know, it was New England, big into athletics. Okay, your dad must have told you that, like, yeah, we're not really 100% into the Catholic faith here. We also want to make money, and it's kind of a business in some ways, right? Like there's a worldliness to, let's say, this athletic program, right? So you're
yeah.
not really putting faith as the top priority. He must have known that. He must have in some ways said, like, yeah, it's kind of a mix because we want to fill the stadiums. We want to, you know, whatever. We want the US News and World Report rankings, right? Like, so you
That was
I can't believe
that
you
was
were
the
like, I can't believe that the church is worldly. I mean, it's like Tuesday for your dad, right? It's like,
that was the
right?
that was the Augustan order though at large. That was what I
Yeah.
mean. Again, I was a kid, but again, to get into the theology of it,
Yeah.
it was what I was the environment that I was raised in. I was picking up things as I was growing up and going around and asking questions and making observations that
Mhm.
were just subjective at the time. But
Mhm.
as
Gotcha.
time went on, you know, the COVID thing happened, and then that sent me through I said, okay, maybe I'll try something different. We'll go the Protestant route. I didn't think much of it. Church is church. But I went through that whole pipeline, discovered that this is this is insanity on a variety of levels, and
I agree.
ended up
I agree.
ended up backtracking after a array of experiences to go, okay, I must be missing something here. But
Mhm.
I went back. It wasn't until I found out and started reading early church history and understanding, but specifically the schism. And
Mhm.
this is probably where we might go in opposite directions, but it was one of those
Mm.
things where for me, I saw that I understand that the faith, because I thank God that I had the experience in Protestantism, because Protestantism showed me the opposite. I was in Roman Catholicism, I learned the fear of God. That was also a blessing. In
Mhm.
Protestantism, on the opposite end of the spectrum, which I believe is two sides of the same coin, um, it taught me grace. And then I was looking for the combination of both of those, because I was like, I'm not going to settle for half. I want all of it or not at all, because I view Christ as like a box. He's not a buffet; he's a box lunch. It's like you get all of me and who I am. It's not negotiable or nothing at
Mhm.
all. And
Mhm.
so I'm looking for that, and that brought me back to actually going, okay, I actually have to dust these old books off and go look at the history. And when I saw what was going on in uh during the schism, I understood
Mhm.
at that particular juncture of my life, again, this was subjective to me, I guess,
Yeah.
that
Yeah.
it's an Eastern faith. That's objective. That it's an Eastern faith. It's the land that it originated with is not something that's like, and it's the way that I'm reading the history of the things that are taking place in Rome, and
Mhm.
the claim to fame of the papacy, and then what happened with the filioque. I'm going, and then also subsequently the things that were taking place in Europe at the time. It's like that's all the things that Christ is warning. And then on top of that, it's what does he say? And again, this is speculative, but 1,000 years before the enemy will be unleashed one more time to deceive the masses in the world. And I thought 1054, that's 1,000 years
You're
post
reading from
crucifixion.
Revelation.
Yeah. And that was my viewing that. That was for me, a big thing. I'll never say that I can prove that
Is that
definitively,
an
but the fact,
Orthodox teaching, or is that just you
no,
speculating?
that was just me specifically. That was something, but it lined up with the fact that this is an Eastern faith. So who is this other church over here? I had point of reference because I spent some time in Eastern Europe, and
Mhm.
I never gave it much thought to what the Eastern Orthodoxy, and in my mind, being
Yeah.
raised Roman Catholic, the sun rises and sets on Rome, so they have to be some type of an extension of that. Well, that I had to continue to look into it to go, well, hold on a second. I see the argument. I'm looking at the argument from both sides, and I know Roman Catholicism, and I know what that is. And having to have the claim to fame that the Pope sits in the place of Peter. It's like I also scripturally, I'm reading the scripture, and it's like it's almost funny, and it felt to me almost like an inside joke, because it's like he says, "On Peter I'll build this rock," and that's the whole foundational argument for all of the papacy and Roman Catholicism. But like several
One
lines
of
under
them.
that in the scripture, Christ says, it's when he rebukes Peter and says, "Get behind me, Satan." It's almost like to me, it was like a precursor of things to come. And and again, we obviously agree to disagree there, but this was just how I was processing these things. And then again, I'm reading the saints, I'm reading the things that are happening at that particular time during the schism, and I'm going, what happened in Rome? That's not the Spirit of God. That's the spirit of rebellion.
So you're talking about the Great Schism in the 11th century,
Yes.
and your reading
What's
of it is like that it's unambiguously like shows the truth of orthodoxy. I mean, it's a very complicated situation.
but it's
Even the
really
filioque is like most people can't even really understand what was being debated, but I just
it
can't
was
imagine how that hits you if your problem is like I don't really see priests being very vibrant, and I think that could be true. Something wasn't connecting, and then like what does that have to do with that?
well, I
How did
mean,
that change that? I don't.
there was a variety of things. It's like, again, I don't like to put blanket statement on anybody, but the fact of the matter is like the priesthood within Catholicism. I mean, again, it's like you don't know which one is homosexual and which one is straight. You don't. I would never
Well, how's
trust
that
one.
not
I
true
don't.
of Orthodox and
Oh, the
Protestants?
world Orthodox. I mean, that's what we. I don't know when you tuned in specifically, but within world Orthodoxy, pedophilia has been a problem too. But there's a lot that goes into this. I mean, there's also geopolitically.
You're
There's a
conflating homosexual with pedophile, which I know there's a connection, but it's not like one to one.
Well, I mean, I would view it as. I mean, again, if and that's another huge issue that I had. It's like, did you guys? I know you guys. I never. It was never encouraged one time to pick up the scripture. I'm not saying doesn't happen at all, but throughout my entire adolescence, the funniest thing was never one time was there ever a book of scripture saying, "Hey, get
You
acquainted
went
with
to a
this." Not
Catholic
one
high
time.
school and you never studied anything in the Bible?
Nope. No, I went to
What did you
I went to
study?
Catholic middle school, went through Catholic middle school, and then left. But no, they didn't teach out of the Bible. And my point is, though, in the Bible specifically, it talks about condemning homosexuality, but they let it in
Yeah.
there like that's part of, oh, we're all accepting and we're loving, and yeah, to the individual, you hate to sin,
Who
not
are
to
you
sinner.
talking about? Who are you talking about? They let
Oh,
it in
I'm
where?
talking about the incessant problem amongst the clergy that made it hypocritical that this is never dealt with. It's just this thing that's like this tongue-in-cheek thing that there's a constant, incessant, like, let's not call out the elephant in the room that we have a serious pedophile problem with inside the church, and that half of the group of cardinals, it's a gay mafia, and everybody knew it. It was all tongue-in-cheek, but nobody ever dared
Um,
called it out.
I know from being like I wasn't a priest, but I was like in with people in the hierarchy, and like in my diocese, I live in Rhode Island, it's a small diocese. There's definitely gay priests and there's kind of a gay mafia, but I'm not like this idea that they're running the show. I mean, they're even the idea of gay here is mostly, I don't think they're mostly acting out, but you would just say these guys are lighting the loafers. They're not guys who would probably, you know what I mean? And you can understand how that happened because back, let's say these are usually older men back in the 50s. If you like weren't sure about your sexuality, a lot of times the priesthood would be appealing because you don't have to deal with it, right? And it seems like a good idea, which is it doesn't deal with it, right? Like the sacrament does not solve your problem. And also it makes the priesthood seem effeminate if you have all these effeminate men there, even if they're not acting out, but then you do have the problem of acting out. But what I keep hearing from you is, yeah, like the Catholic Church has like people throughout time, and I don't think Orthodoxy is free of this. There are people who don't act in accordance with the teachings. But what does that have to do with the teachings? You know what I mean?
The act in accordance, but again, the teachings have been doctored post 1054. The teaching that whoever sits in the chair of Peter gets to define whatever is objective truth. What kind? A fallen individual, a fallen man, who, by the way, and it's like, okay, I can understand if maybe there'd be an argument, maybe, and was another thing, maybe there'd be an argument if all of the popes in succession were these omnipotent individuals who fit the role of a saint to a T. But my God, it's every single one of them, almost unilaterally. I mean, really, truly, and especially, let's just go through the modern list of them. I mean, the things that these individuals are involved in, or involved in cover-ups, and or their political stances. It's like, what?
Do you want to go through a list of modern
endorsing the LGBTQ, or
that's just propaganda. You know, that's just propaganda.
You know,
you're saying Pope John Paul II.
I've seen the Pope. I have literally seen the popes literally speak on it.
They'll speak on issues. The Catechism has a section on homosexuality. It doesn't mean you're endorsing the LGBTQ. I mean, you must be out of your mind if you think that the Catholic Church is unambiguously endorsing the agenda. Obviously they're the number one institution pushing back against it.
Didn't they just have a pride like parade at the Vatican like last month or 2 months ago?
What happened there is the Vatican allowed people who had whatever into the Vatican. I mean, it's a complicated situation because that's not the Vatican doing something, but like St. Peter's Basilica is the church for Catholics, right? So I get that's a tricky issue in terms of like optics, but I'm sure there are criminals who go to the Vatican. They don't say you can't come here. It doesn't mean they're saying this is also our agenda. But I get it's tricky when they have rainbow flags and stuff like that.
Well, and then where's the message of repent, for the kingdom of heaven is near? You know, that's like the backbone of the entire faith. Why? What was the number one message of our Lord Himself? It's like at some point, if it walks like a duck and quacks like a duck, it's probably a duck, and you got a problem. And that's where I got to the point where it's like, this is exactly what the scripture warns against repetitively, and all of the
saints. You start with the scripture,
not solo scripture.
I'm reading the scripture, then I'm assessing history, then I'm assessing like
the saints' teachings, then the saints' teachings.
Doesn't that sound like Protestantism? Like and I understand, like at a certain point,
I see what you're saying.
You're not saying like you do have to go on personal judgment. I agree, and the Holy Spirit leads us or whatever. But I just find it interesting. I think you are a very conservative person. I would say it sounds to me like that's undoubted for you, that you are very much against modernity. And you think the modern world is kind of going to hell. Is that correct? Because that's what I hear here.
I mean, I would say, take a look around. Go to your urban. Go to. You said you're Rhode Island.
Yeah.
Go to the most densely populated city around you and go walk down the main street. If you can't tell, if you can't look around and say we got problems,
What's the problem?
I mean, rampant crime, homelessness, drug addiction, pornography, perversion.
Much less crime. It may be worse, but there's much less crime in inner cities than there were, like say in the 90s when you had like crack epidemic. Because
they're just overly medicated on. I mean, again. They're medicated. So it's soma.
Weedification of like urban youth has reduced crime. They're all just fried on marijuana and playing video games and looking at pornography. Now,
Yeah.
is that worse? Okay. But it's not like you walk around most cities and it's gangbangers and kids on the streets with guns. That's not really those numbers have come down significantly. So I think it's a different problem. But
No, it's definitely different. Yeah, I would agree. It's different, but you
cities
learn,
are fairly safe.
I would disagree.
That sort of thing.
My background, I was a cop for the better part of my career, and local law enforcement before I did I worked overseas. But the fact of the matter is I can tell you right now, it has not got better. It's got worse. But what's going on specifically is where it used to be, gang wars and sets and all the other stuff that's going on that people think they synonymize with, oh, things are really bad. No, now it's gotten to the point where everybody is so drugged out of their mind, and the people that it's to such a degree now that it's become passive. It's become passive, and you wouldn't notice it unless you're looking, unless you know what you're looking at, and that's the problem, because it becomes deceiving.
But that's not the same thing as like active violent crime. It's like, it's a deeper problem, you could say, is that people are just not engaged in life at all. They're just kind of checked out, over medicated. I agree with all that stuff, but it's not the same thing as saying, like, when I watch gangster movies from the 1990s, like Boys in the Hood, like that stuff's not really going on like it used to, except in pockets. Mostly kids are inside. Like, we lost that culture. But anyways, so you're saying Orthodoxy matches up to a kind of like super negative, pessimistic view of the world.
No,
I would say that maybe
we
true.
live.
I don't know.
You live for we're living for the kingdom to come, not for this world, and that's the problem with that I came to find with the intellect of Western Christianity, is everything is materialistic, everything is the modern view of things, everything is hyper rationalistic. If you're not thinking of it if you're not viewing things through the spiritual lens of how the faith is founded, and understanding it in its proper its proper perception, you're living for this world. You're building a tower to Babel. You're building an altar onto yourself. Which
But
that's
you're
the
saying like popes in the Vatican are not concerned about the spiritual life of, like, they're just trying to make money in the Vatican. That's ridiculous.
The politics that goes on in Rome and in the Vatican flies in the face of everything that's written in Holy Scripture and all the saints have taught for 2,000 years. It's objectively true. Objectively true.
What do you mean?
They have a prayer. There's a prayer room inside the Vatican right now for Muslims, and you say, oh, well, that's just being charitable.
Yeah.
What? At what point we're talking? This is clown world now. It gets to a point. It gets to a point in a level.
You seem very, very upset about something, but like I've been curious, like what the spirit is.
Just
you're like
passionate
how
about it.
could Muslims be offered a place to pray in the Vatican? I just, like, I would say, okay, that's perfectly fine. If you're saying the St. Peter's Basilica is turned into a mosque, like, sure, that's crazy. But I'm pretty sure that whatever they offer to the Muslims is in the spirit of hospitality, as I would find it very, if I went to Mecca and they had a place where Christians could, who just happened to be in Mecca, could pray, I wouldn't think that would be a particularly big deal. Although I doubt they would do that. I just think that makes us better than them in that sense, that we're not threatened because obviously there are Muslims in the world and we should be hospitable towards them. And
until you understand there's a line though, and there's a subtle balance.
Sure.
Until you understand what their theology is. The religion of Islam, it doesn't play well with others. It's not there to, we're there to honor you like you're there to honor us, like the spirit, the true Christian spirit is. It's the other way around. We're there to infiltrate and set up a caliphate. That is literally what their faith demands.
It's not. You could say it's there, but I mean, they're not.
That's the infant.
We've got speakers in the U.S. all over the place calling out prayers, even to this day.
You have no idea.
That's interesting. So if you like, I say this is interesting. Just like it helps me understand the mindset. do you think Islam is a major threat to like American civilization, like that they're going to take over? Because
So here's the
I think
thing
that's a
with me.
ridiculous point of
When I
view.
was coming from when I was coming from Protestantism, the realization I had was that there is only one faith and one truth. There's not 40,000 denominations, right?
Yeah.
So what appealed to me um and orthodoxy was that there is only one faith, and what the Pope and Rome says is that all faiths lead to God. And I don't believe that.
Yeah, I mean, but like you understand. I understand you're taking quotes, and you understand that could be read in two ways. You're saying that maybe that was Francis. Okay, you're saying Pope Francis is a universalist in the sense he thinks like Catholicism is just a path. Like, I mean, come on, that's ridiculous. I mean, you could say he's trying to work it in, but
Gotcha.
like clearly he
There's
So he's
another
there,
there's
you
another there's
think he
another
just
agenda.
abandoned the entire faith because he
There's
was
there's
he
a
was just saying that I think he was saying
but he's infallible, right? So like
yeah,
what he says, all the popes say, right?
yeah.
so you guys don't even understand infallibility. Like I mean, come on, you
Or
guys
maybe
are
I don't.
intelligent, right? You're saying
Yeah.
everything that the Pope utters casually is held infallibly by the Catholic Church. Is that your understanding of
Is it
infallibility?
casually though when it's promoted worldwide, saying that all bringing all the religious leaders together, is that casual to
I
do?
think bringing all the religious leaders together is
And
on
saying that
purpose.
all their ways are good?
Well, but now you're just making stuff up. But like, so
No,
Okay.
the Pope would, I believe I know the quote you're talking about. I was talking with children. He was saying all religions are attempts to get to know God. That's just factually true.
it's actually
Attempts to
not.
get the
According to Christianity and 2,000 years of church teaching, it's objectively not. I am the way, the truth, and the life. No one comes to the Father except through me.
But
It's exclusive.
Josh, listen to it for a second. Religions are attempts to find like spiritual truth. That's obviously true.
But when you are the shot caller of the entire self-imposed Christian Western world, and you're saying, well, we need to acknowledge that there's multiple paths. Is that not
Okay,
what is that,
if you're talking
universalism?
with let's say you're talking with a Hindu, okay, are you going to lead off saying that my religion is right and yours is wrong? Of course not. You're going to
no.
say,
Yeah,
okay,
You
I
get
would agree
you
with that.
have a religious path, and I respect that it is an attempt to find the truth, and then I have mine, right? Then you're going to have a conversation.
But
If you start by saying I'm
that's
the
not what they're
shot
doing
caller,
though.
we're right, you're wrong. Okay, but like that's what the Pope is trying to like stop doing because we
No,
have to start with a conversation. And he was speaking to non-Christians at that point. He was in India,
yeah,
I think.
yeah, but
So
that's not what they're doing though. There's a
what is
political
the
agenda
point of
behind it.
saying like we're right, you're wrong? You're all going. I mean, like that's
No,
just not the beginning of a
no,
conversation.
it's
The
more
Pope,
nuanced than
Pope
that. But
is
it's more
go ahead.
nuanced than that. But that's not what's going on though. It's political. There's no difference between what's going on in the
Yeah,
Vatican with the Pope and what's going on in the White House. It's the same thing. It's all
I
political.
don't know what that means. There are politics in the Vatican. They have money. It's a government. Okay, so you're going to have some degree of politics. But since prior to 1870, you had papal states, so you had literally a country the Vatican was running. Now it's like a square mile, smallest country in the world. In a certain, maybe you mean marketing. They're trying to look good.
No,
They think
no,
about how things come off. That's true.
there's no, it's the fact that there's no difference between as far as where politics come in. They give the illusion that there's a separation between the church and the state, but in reality there's not. And when you have the Pope pushing
In the Vatican,
secular
right?
secular
Yeah.
secular political agendas, like, and I've heard the words come out of their mouth. I've listened to it the better part of my life. I know what they're saying. It's not.
So
Listen,
it's interesting. I actually think you're coming from a different place. So I actually think like that's interesting to me because like I'm like, well, how do you get to the same place where if I was in a similar place, how do we get there? I think you're actually coming from a totally different place because you're saying I am super suspicious of institutions. I think like there's a lot of shenanigans going on behind the scenes. Probably you think the
well,
Epstein files is like shocking and
No,
right,
no, not
there's
at all.
like a lot
Work
of
for the
really bad people
yeah.
running the show. So yeah, if
Do you
that's
not
what gets you to
think that?
orthodoxy, then what's that?
Do you not think that?
I don't think I think the Epstein files are boring. It's like, yeah, I'm not saying that what Epstein did was good, but like the idea that rich and famous people, including I'll grant you, like at a certain point, even popes, even the Vatican, engage in sexual activity that's like crazy and indulge in like financial stuff that's exploitative. But I don't see how that's new.
You don't see the problem there?
I don't think anyone thought that Jeffrey Epstein was a saint. I don't know.
We're probably I don't know that we're going to make inroads here because the problem is, yeah, you're right. We have very, very, very different worldviews, and
Mhm.
it
Well, you tell me what's going on with is it like satanic baby eating? Is that what you think's going on? Satanic cults?
I don't think it's going on. I know it's going on.
you're no. You know, actually, I challenge you this. I there's an interesting documentary. It's called The Satanic Panic. Um, and like in 1980, there was a woman in Canada who made up a story about how there are these satanic cults. And it went on, and actually, if you were in law enforcement, you may like even law enforcement believed in this. There was almost no evidence ever that there were these satanic cults
Well,
that
see,
were
it's the funniest
elites and they
thing.
were eating babies and all this kind of stuff. So if you believe in, like, you should really examine that, because if that's like your understanding definitely of what's going on, you may be wrong, right? But like,
Listen, when I've seen it, I've seen it.
you've seen what?
I mean,
Satanic ritual abuse, right? That's what it was called. And then pretty much everyone said that was all crazy in the 90s, right? There were these like daycare centers where it was suggested to the kids, were you touched here, were you touched there? But it was all like, actually, kids will kind of say anything if they're led that way. So there were totally innocent people who were like railroaded. Now you could say actually that was the cover up, but like,
yeah,
I really don't think so.
I've been there. I've been there on the other side of the interrogation table, literally interviewing pedophiles, man. I've been there. Okay. I've talked to,
I'm not
I've, t-
denying the existence of
I've talked,
pedophilia.
you, no, it's not just pedophilia. The things that they're into, the occult practices, the things that they're actually doing. I've seen it.
Mhm.
Working human trafficking cases, seeing what these, I didn't know it at the time, but
Mhm.
understanding and seeing what these individuals actually do believe, and to think, oh, they're just misguided individuals. No, they have a religion. They do believe in something. And the fact of
And
the matter
well, okay,
is,
and you were dealing with the elites? No, you were dealing with just like crazies, right?
uh, I mean, you know who I was dealing
Largely
with?
the
I didn't mention that.
no, I don't. But you said you're a local law enforcement, so I don't think you were saying you were an FBI guy. There is an FBI guy who's interviewed, and he's like, "Yeah, I didn't really see a lot of it." Now you could say, "Well, that's because he's one of the guys protecting these guys." But I'm just saying it's. I thank you for the insight
No, it's
as to where you're coming from, but I I would say, like, yeah, you're in the right place. You're not going to trust the Vatican because you're going to say you're like super suspicious of mainstream institutions. I think generally,
yeah.
but in
I
Eastern
didn't give
Europe,
you.
Orthodoxy is a mainstream institution, right? So
Yeah, yeah,
it's kind of like you're doing one thing here, but it's actually really not how it works. If you're in Serbia, like, Orthodoxy is the mainstream institution, and wouldn't you have the same criticisms of? Because don't you think? I know the ecumenical patriarch of Constantinople is, does a lot of stuff on behalf of world whatever, right? He does a lot, so you're going to run into the same problem, aren't you?
yeah. Ben, we just spent the better part of the last 2 hours. I don't know when you showed up to the conversation, but we spent the better part of the last 2 hours
Mm.
talking about the journey from world orthodoxy to true orthodoxy. That's a
Oh, okay.
whole different bag of chips. That's what we've been
Yeah.
talking about this entire time.
Yeah. Oh, are you part of that True Orthodox? Because I know there's an actual title called True Orthodox.
Yep.
So you have
Yep.
no actual relationship to the hierarchy. Or do you? I don't know.
I mean, what do you know anything about it?
I just a little bit. I mean, I think there's a parallel in Catholicism where you go like, I'm Catholic, but I don't believe there's a pope. To me, there seems to be a purity spiral that goes on there, but I don't know a lot of the details. I think the problem becomes like, yeah, you guys must be familiar with Jay Dyer. At a certain point, if someone asks you who's your bishop and you can't answer that question, you're not really Orthodox, right? If you're not under the authority of a bishop, you're not really Orthodox.
Well, see, again, that's the funniest thing. We were just talking about that before you got on. You know, there's all these assumptions that are made, and Lord knows I've made plenty of them myself. But the funniest thing is that everybody speaks on authority like they know what they're talking about, but they rarely ever actually look at the facts before they draw their conclusions.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that's a passed around preconceived notion, but it's not factual.
What is?
That there's no bishop.
Oh, but you're not part of one of the 13 autocephalous churches, correct?
Yeah. So, and again, this is where like we could go probably round and around, probably for the rest of the night on trying to, you know, like fit a round peg in a square hole. Like I don't think, like I said, I just said it earlier. I don't think we're gonna make it to the inroads. Maybe not tonight. But
don't
like,
you understand the criticism of saying we're the real ones? At a certain point, you're not really part of what you began with. Whether you're Catholic or Orthodox or whatever, that's the criticism, right?
Yeah, and that's where I would say,
I like to say I'm a Catholic, but there hasn't been a pope since whatever 1963. It's a tenuous position. Most people go, "What? How are you a Catholic?"
Yeah, but okay. So is that a rhetorical statement? Are you?
I'm just saying you're going to run into an intellectual problem. It's not just people like who are meanies who are like. It is a fundamental question. If you say I believe that Pope is the Antichrist, but I'm Catholic, like that's hard to square. And people do a lot of acrobatics to square it. And they may be right, but I'm just saying you'd have to say, when you start saying we're the real, do you know what I mean?
Yeah. So this is what I'll say. This is what I'll say, and I'll leave it here. Like you're coming to all of this like from not really a point of reference of understanding like all of the history that goes into this, all of the details. And I say this as somebody who just recently is coming into it myself, but you don't know the details. So it's like if you look into it a little bit more and you have a little bit more of a point of reference, just some of the stuff you're saying right now is not 100% factual. But I could go back and forth with you point for point. Ultimately, it's
I'm
just.
not looking to. I'm just saying. I'm saying broad strokes. It looks like this, and you're saying nuh-uh, which is fine. I don't care. Like I you would have to say something in like to say like, okay, you should look into it because it's interesting. One would have to be interested. I'm not interested in that. I've already been through that in the Catholic Church with SSPX and all that stuff. I imagine, conversation, I may be wrong. It's a similar parallel that you're going into a purity.
The conversation started off, Ben. The conversation started off with you had questions about trying to get a perspective of why millennials are going the route of orthodoxy and not going to Roman Catholicism. Yeah, I believe so.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Yeah, I know a lot of Zoomers are too. Yeah.
Okay.
That's
so.
Right,
I mean,
though. That was what I was looking for. Yeah.
Is there is there anything else?
Yeah, and I would just say what I take from that is I think from where you're coming from, like psychologically, I think it makes sense that you're looking into Orthodoxy and not Catholicism because you're looking. You don't trust the mainstream institutions. So if you take that as an insult, that's up to you. But I really appreciate it because I just have been curious what the appeal is. So I'll leave you guys. Thank you for your time.
Yeah, Ben. Thanks for stopping by, man.
Hello.
Oh crap! Wait, I was getting we'll get you on Grace here in a second. Let's hear from Austrian Orthodoxy.
Yo, how's it going, guys?
What's up, dude?
Not much.
How's your
Karlik,
night
Just
going?
having a little,
what do you say?
I was having a little debate with Grace.
Oh yeah.
Lighthearted.
Oh,
Yeah, in the chat if you can see.
Oh, is that you two in there?
Yeah. But no, it's
Okay. Oh, on
going
the
okay.
private.
It's good to see you two advancing well and getting to be hopefully catechumens soon. If you're not
Yeah.
already, I don't know where you're at right now.
Yeah, we are already just waiting on the date for baptism. So, yep.
Awesome. Did your priest give you any material or anything?
Yeah, he gave us quite a bit actually. We got
Nice.
we got recommended the Catacomb Saints. I'm still in the middle of it. I think Josh is almost done with it. Saint
oh no.
Philaret's
Yeah, I'm still
sorrowful
on part
epistles.
one.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, taking
um,
my time.
lots of church history. So yeah, good stuff.
Yeah, definitely. It's like 600 pages or so, and there's a lot
Yeah.
to cover in it. It's a lot.
Yeah.
I remember contacting another priest about this, just some inquiry books, and he gave me a few in my seminary right now. We're going over a few things. If you haven't already, you should read Father Michael Pomazonsky's book on Orthodox dogmatic theology. He was a Rokor priest during the mid 20th century, and his book is really good.
What was the name of
There's
that
a
again?
It's called Orthodox Dogmatic Theology
Okay.
by Father Michael Pomazonsky. And that one's
Cool.
it's a really good book, an opener from Rokor during the mid 20th century, and it's basically explaining the Orthodox faith theology and what we believe and all this stuff. I
Sweet.
probably have a few other. I can put it in the chat for you.
Yeah, for sure. Please do.
Yeah, no problem.
Yep. So, did you see any familiar faces on here tonight that you?
Yeah, I saw Subdeacon Nectarius in the chat. I was a bit surprised. I didn't know he know about you too. I know
Yeah.
you guys saw Seraphim Webster. That was in
Yep.
one of your videos I saw 2 videos ago. He responded. I'm a good friend of his. He's
Okay. Yeah. He's
currently in the army in East Asia, so
for
he
sure. Yeah. He's
pops in
got a
and
different time zone. Yeah. Yeah. It's good to hear from him too, for sure.
Yeah, I was just coming in. I thought maybe I could catch the other guy who came in to say a few things about papism, but oh
Ah.
well, he left.
Dude,
Well, I
we
was trying
could
to.
have
I was
used you.
trying to. We're trying to get. I mean, we can do more stuff like group stuff like that, but we're just. I mean, for
You're
now, we're just trying to
chilling.
get single
Yeah,
people in at a time.
yeah,
But
it's no
yeah, we can
problem.
definitely do that in the future.
You gonna
Absolutely.
do a
We can have Ben back on.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's hard because it's almost like you're speaking two different languages. He's coming at it from a very the Western mindset that's just like if you don't get it and you don't see it, you can't make them see it. You know, it's that type of
yeah,
thing.
yeah. I mean, you have to start with the bare basics. You have to start,
Yep.
with footsteps, of course. I know going from my journey from global orthodoxy to true orthodoxy, I had to make small steps, and it took me a few years, but I kind of grasped it, and it's you slowly get into it. I don't think anybody, not everyone would just jump after one thing and that's it. It takes a bit of time, it takes a bit of, and you have to start with the bare basics and then make your way up forward. So with him,
Absolutely.
I don't know. I guess maybe he wouldn't immediately leave just of the Vatican, although the Vatican's clown show. But I think he was, I think he was playing semantics there because I have lots of stuff from the Vatican on like things literally happening there that's like clown showery. That was one of your main contentions, Josh. That you didn't want to go into something like that where the priest is I don't know, he's bringing in dancers from like a local rapper
Yeah.
or something. during the
Yeah.
liturgy.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah,
Leo
it's
literally did that with like I don't know who it was. It was some rapper, but he literally had a rapper on the territory of the Basilica of Rome performing a song,
yep,
and
yep.
it's
It's
just indecent.
And that in
no,
and of
it
itself isn't whatever, but it's a symptom, you know.
yeah.
Yeah.
And when
Yeah,
you
it's a
don't see it
symptom.
as
Like
wrong,
yeah, like we point like some things we might state they are symptoms, and we're not inherently saying this invalidates Rome, but you know there is some of the things they do that does invalidate the faith, that contradict the faith, like Leo giving like he's giving a blessing for LGTV people to go do a procession and vouch for degeneracy or Skittles, as you can say on YouTube.
yep.
Yeah.
Rainbow people. So that's a clear sign of deviation from the faith, and I don't know.
Yep.
I Papist before I
It's
became Orthodox. So, like, I kind of understood that. I was kind of trying to decipher what's going on here, but I don't know. I couldn't live in such a where the priest, the bishop, the pope, all these people are saying something contra tradition, contra the
I was
saints.
raised in it, Karlik. I was raised in it, and that's the very same thing. Well, what's the problem? It's like being I used to use the analogy. It's like being trapped in a Twilight Zone episode. That was my adolescence right there. Well, what's your problem? I, I mean, how do you guys not see the? Are you kidding me right now? Like, what's? You look around. No, I don't know what you're talking about. It's eerily reminiscent. It's a walk on. It was a kind of a walk down memory lane there for a second. I had to kind of remember the perspective because they all. I don't say all, but many of them have that very well. There's nothing. It's all good. We're in the Western world, and we're the arbiters of truth in the Western world, and like everything's going just according to plan because the Pope's, he's at the wheel. It's all good, and it's like, yeah, but did you actually look into doing some fact checking on like exactly what this is supposed to look like versus where we're at? I think the Pope might have stirred us off course just a tad there, fella. It's
Yeah,
but you can't get
it's
him to
been a
see it
lot of
though.
popes. Yeah, it's been a lot of popes. I mean, maybe that's why I brought up Vatican II, because this is a more
Yep.
direct, like dogmatic issue, because it's literally cited as an ecumenical council, so it's supposed to be infallible.
Yeah.
And on the level of the first 7 ecumenical councils, and there's loads of dogmatic and traditional issues with it. Recognizing that Muslims share the same God as Christians, and that Hindus also take a righteous path towards God. Although there's like semantics over it saying, oh, we're not saying it's like they're exactly the same as us or something. It's always some of these like semantical stuff, and it's like one of the claims of Roman papism is that this chair of Rome or the see of Rome is supposed to provide clarity, but it just seems like every time they make a statement, it's always a lot of these papists either saying it's bad, but we have to stay with Rome, or it's, well, that's not actually what he said. He can say, I love monophysites or Nestorians or whatever, and it's like, well, that's not actually what he's saying. And then it's 10
When
minutes of
ironically,
obfuscating in the clown show.
yep. And ironically, I've had the very same type of debate with a imam. They use the same tactics. Oh, well, that's not what you think it is. That's not what it says. Well, oh, the translation, it got turned around, the translation. Oh, you're misquoting. That's not what it is. It's the same exact thing. It's like don't gaslight me. I know what you're doing, and I know what's going on, and like the denial. I think, and here's the crazy thing. This is the one thing I've never been able to fully feel out, and I think it's on a case by case basis. But I think some of them actually do know that what they're saying is not true, and they're just kind of saying it anyway. But it's a twisted thing, man. They believe it. They believe it so much that they, even though they know there's problems, they just accept that. They just accept it, and then they it's yeah they accept it and then they defend it as though it's like the lie that they create for themselves. It becomes their the idol that they have to defend.
Yeah, I mean it's really hard in the Papist case because like I mean, even people wishing for that heckin' base trad pope who comes along eventually, which probably will never happen, or or he'll just be like a moderate conservative. But there's no way to like redo Vatican II because it's ecumenical. They'd have to say that they erred in an infallible council. No, the gates of Hades prevail. So now you have to look at Roman Papism and see how they're going to reinterpret the entire council over and over again with different interpretations because there's no infallible has ever done infallible interpretation of the infallible council. So, but it seems like the Pope's more aligned with ecumenism, with the pan-heresy of ecumenism all the time. I mean, they do it all the time weekly. They go and pray with other clergy, which 100 years ago they would say have no grace, and now all of them have grace, and they're on the path to salvation. And we're one
Yep.
church broken up, so they don't even adhere to the one holy Catholic Apostolic Church. It's not one;
No.
it's
No.
multiple churches fractured.
Nope.
So
Not.
there's
Nope. And
there's
you
just
heard
so
it's
much.
the worldview. Oh well, you view that it's everything's dark and yada 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 yada, and it's like that's the divergence. It's the see no evil, hear no evil. It doesn't exist, and everything. Rainbows and butterflies and lollipops. It's like that's not reality, pal.
I
That's not
mean,
reality.
I mean, I'd argue we see everything good. We'd like to see you baptized in the one in the one true church.
Yes. Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's
There's hope
yeah.
for everyone.
There's
Yeah.
nuance. Yeah, exactly. 100%. It's nuance. It's not. There's no hope, but the world's fallen. And to say that there's nothing, secular. They don't see the difference between secular institutions and the Vatican, and like you don't
Yep.
understand. Like there's no corruption. There's no nothing. Everything's kumbaya, and no everything's perfectly fine. It's like no, that's exactly why you need the faith and why you need Christ is because this world's passing away and it's getting more wicked by the day. And that's not
We're not putting ourselves
orthodoxy
above that. Yeah.
superimposing. Yeah, it's not orthodoxy superimposing that view. It's the fact that that is what reality is, but that's exactly why we need the faith. Why we need Christ.
Yeah,
The
exactly.
last ark. That's he's our ride out of here.
Yeah, I mean, you can look at my PFP. It's on Mount Athos. It's Jesus Christ, the apostles, and church fathers on the boat, and there's all the heretics and people trying to drag them outside of it so they can perish spiritually. Ending up outside the path of salvation, which is keeping the one true faith. It's what's talked about in Matthew 16:18. Saint Augustine even says in his basically his commentary on that passage that in Matthew 16:18 it's about the confession of faith and how it's infallible, and we have to keep an infallible confession of faith, and the Holy Fathers are here to guide us for our spiritual journey, and it's them passing on their apostolic succession and their faith, the one true faith. So we have to try to adhere to the Holy Fathers. We agree, we have obedience to our bishops so long as they are Orthodox and keep to the one true faith. But if there's, clearly you have a bishop coming up and saying, well, maybe the canons don't matter. It's okay if I light the menorah or anything. No. We have to keep towards, we have to
Yep.
keep on the righteous path, and we're not trying to
Absolutely.
be negative. We're trying to
Yep.
save people from spiritual error and temptation.
Yes.
Because some pre-list, even Mount Athos has pre-list, unfortunately, and the Holy Land as well. So we're not infallible people. We do slip up, we do have errors, but we have to be humble and go to Christ and our bishop and ask for repentance. We make these mistakes and not continue in our errors.
Absolutely.
Very well put. Thank you.
Yes.
That's something I needed to hear again. I can't hear
As
it enough.
always. As always, the one and only.
Yeah.
Well, I think I'll let you guys go for the night for other speakers, but I'll be in the chat watching.
Yeah. We've got time for one more. It looks like we got one more person, so we'll bring her on.
Yeah, no problem. Have a good night,
But we
guys.
appreciate it, Carly. We'll see you.
You're the
Yeah,
man.
no problem. See ya.
Grace.
Hello.
Hello there.
Hi. That
How
was
are you?
my good. How are you doing?
Pretty good.
That was my dad you were talking to earlier.
Nice.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Good old Ben.
Um, I was curious. I heard you guys talking about Islam, and especially Josh. I have recently had a little bit of a delve into sort of Muslim YouTube a little bit, like these kind of videos. They're kind of popular, chic advice for like married couples and stuff.
Sure.
And I guess my question is, if you guys are into traditionalism or like traditional values, why wouldn't you see the Muslims as natural allies? Because I believe that they have maintained the most based attitude towards women, marriage, family, and societal structure that we have as an example today.
Is their number one saint a female?
No, I think they have regard for Mother Mary. I don't think they have saints.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
saying like culturally. Obviously,
Hmm.
I'm not Muslim, but
Because culturally,
Women
if
are
you
held
read
in
the
very high regard in Christianity, I would say.
yes, not so much at all. Despite what they say politically in Islam, if you actually read their text, um, it's not like as far I see logically how that would make sense, but
yeah.
the fact of the
I'm not
matter
saying
is
I'm
that
just to clarify, I'm not saying why aren't you Muslim?
Yeah.
I understand that. I'm just saying why see them as enemies when they could be allies, and you could say
Is
like,
there
well, I appreciate your culture. I appreciate that you've maintained a based attitude towards relationships and all that.
yeah,
but
I
do
think
they have the
there's
same God? Or who are they serving?
they claim that they do, but the fact of the matter is like yeah, it's not the same God. And as far as where our perspective comes from, and the fact of the matter is that eventually, you know, there's a reason. I mean, to this day, I mean, there's still, and they'll say, many of them will say, especially, you know, those more so that are settling in the West right now will say, well, no, those are just fanatical. Um, those are just the fanatical. We don't identify with with ISIS, Hamas, um, et cetera, fringe groups. But the fact of the matter is like at the core of Islam, it's not. It's not conducive with Christianity. It's not. And this cultural thing, this the traditional, the traditionalism that's coming back is way more of a secular movement, at least from our perspective, than it is a actually ingrained in what the actual teachings of the faith actually is. And when you get down to really the essence of what the faith is, we converge with Islam almost immediately because there isn't a it is there is a see it's very there's a subtle nuance to the relationships between men and women in that on the surface level that it looks like Islam gets it right and is the proper correction to third wave feminism in the West, but is in fact a massive overcorrection, and that's not the same. That's not the same arrangement within Christianity, where there is a balance between husband and wife. Yes, it defaults to the husband is the priest in the household and is the leader of the family, but there is a reverence and an unequal footing with the female, as opposed to in Islam, women are a commodity. It's not, and they can say anything that they want to say. I've read their book. They're a commodity, and the way that they view women, and they're also very smart. They're playing the long game, and
True, I agree.
they're using our weaknesses in this country, not just this country, in the Western world against us, which is we're tolerant and we want to be welcoming to you and yada yada yada. They know that, and they're playing the long game because the long game, and according to their faith, is oh yeah, yeah, we'll be absolutely, and an enemy of an enemy is a friend, and yada yada yada. But they have no absolutely zero. Uh, they don't have any plans on settling when it comes down to brass tacks. They might make short-term allies, which they have with the left for a very long period of time, which I find it so ironic that people are like, oh, well, that's not, you know, oh, well, they're so conservative, yada, yada, yada. No, they're not. If you actually dive into their faith, there's nothing conservative from a radical perspective, but we're talking about like, it's still liberal in nature because it's totalitarian.
Okay, but
It's
I mean, I'm you said Islam is not conducive to Christianity. I mean, it's
no.
certainly more conducive than like an ideology like Zionism. Wouldn't you say that's true?
I would say that's it, both of them are not conducive to Christianity. Again, it goes. It's a simple truth. Christ says, "I am the way, the truth, and the life. No one comes to the Father except through me." To the Western mind, that's oh
Well,
well.
but if you want to
That's
talk
not what
about
he
if
really meant.
but if you want to talk about infiltrating and subverting, I mean, Zionism has convinced American evangelical Christians to send billions of dollars to fund a genocide. I don't
It's
remember
true.
the last time Muslims did that. Like, they're much more peaceful people. I'm not trying to make it about Arabs and Jews. I'm just saying, like, there are bigger threats. I think these people should be our allies. They've been
Have you
brutalized in
been to a
other
Muslim?
countries by us and others.
Have you been? I'm sorry to cut you off. Have you been to a Muslim country?
Have you ever been? No,
Have you been?
I've never
No.
been outside of the states.
Yeah. Okay. Um. It's you'll feel you figure out very quickly. It's not. It's not what you think. You say they're not doing what the Zionist Jews do. It's like it.
No, I know
It's
that there have been obviously there have been Muslim
when they
terrorists. I'm
when
just
they
saying
take
that like they learned that from the Zionists. That is true.
if when you're dealing with when they did you say? Well, I'm sorry. What was that? Say that one more time.
I said the Muslim people, I'm sorry, the Arab people more accurately, learned terror. I'm not saying there haven't been Muslim terrorists. I'm just saying they learned that behavior from the Zionists who would
Why
terrorize
does
Jews
one
in
need to
other
be
Arab countries to and do false flag operations to send them to Israel to boost up their Jewish population. I'm not trying to get into an Israel thing. I'm just saying compared to other ideologies. I mean, Muslims have I am pretty sure I was reading they have opposed abortion being like woven into international law. Like they have adamantly opposed that. Whereas Christian countries have, you know, totally let abortion laws run ramshot over them, killing millions of babies every year. You know, the Bible says wives obey your husband. I can't think of a culture that promotes that particular line more than Muslims. They may get it wrong in some ways, but like compared to American Christians or modern Western Christians, they're doing a hell of a better job. No?
orthodoxy?
Until they beat you to the pulp and throw you off the roof because you spoke back to your husband or
But that's that's
mutilated your genitalia because mutilated
that's
your
not a Muslim
genitalia.
practice. That's not a Muslim practice. That's a North
I'm
African
sorry.
practice. It is not a Muslim practice to do female genital mutilation. No.
It's I beg to differ with you because it showed up in Middle East multiple times, multiple
That's
regions.
true, but it's more of a geographical thing. It also happened in India. It's more of a geographical thing. It's not a religious practice. Is my point.
It's just one of many one of many examples. I mean, again, it's
I mean, it's forbidden in Islam to do that. Like it's not a
that.
like whatever. I mean, I
No,
think Americans have been propagandized against these people. So what you're
did you
saying
read the
about
book?
beating I mean, I've talked to, I have read the book. I've seen the
No,
thing where it says, forsake your wife from the bedroom and then strike her. I've talked to Muslims online about it from Muslim countries. They are extremely sort of, considerate towards women. They do understand that it's more about like, you know, the man is in charge of the house, but they have all sorts of sort of considerations for women. They're not like, oh yeah, we just beat my wife. And you can say, well, they're just hiding that because they don't want to tell you what really happens. But like, I don't think they've always told me, they're like, if a Muslim man hits his wife, it can only be with something the size of a toothbrush, and he can hit her just to like shake her out of her craziness, and then they go back to discussing it. Like,
But why does
they're not into
either of
that.
these need to be more conducive to Orthodox Christianity when Orthodox Christianity is the truth? Why do we need to compromise or have anybody that's conducive with us?
I'm just
Why?
saying I was asking why not see these people as at least cultural allies if you're into traditional attitudes. And Josh said because they're not conducive to Christianity, and I was just comparing them to other things that are accepted in America and are far more subjugating and subversive to
We're not
Christianity than
looking for
Islam.
societal norms, or we're
because
looking
every
for
time
truth
throughout,
in
you go ahead.
Christianity. Yeah.
And also every time throughout all of known history, and it's currently still happening to this day in various regions where Islam is the law of the land, that once the caliphate is established, anyone who does not submit to Allah, you're done. It's always happened that way, and it's the same way they get as they've evolved, and this is through their own teachings and their imams. They're using our weaknesses in the West against us through postmodernism, through all of these things to infiltrate. And they say it's the funniest thing because I mean, did they not just elect? Here's a perfect example of exactly the irony. And then you mentioned Zionist Judaism. Did the mayor of New York
Well,
just
I don't think they're
get?
Zionist
I know
Judaism. They're not religious mostly. It's an ideology. It's a political
it is. It
ideology.
is. I would agree. I agree 100%. But the fact of the matter is
Yeah.
like they just elected a socialist Muslim mayor who is 100%, chummy with the Jews. It's I mean, there's evidence to suggest that Islam is an extension of Judaism. This goes back to the very beginning. So the fact of the matter is that they're bedfellows. They're one and the same. It's not conducive in any way,
Islam
shape, or
and
form to
Judaism are one
Christianity.
and the same. I'm just trying to figure out what you're saying. Islam and Judaism are one
Yeah,
and the
two
same.
sides. Much like Roman Catholicism and Protestantism are two sides of the same coin. It's Islam and Judaism. It's the exact same thing.
I don't really see that. I mean, I understand they're both Abrahamic faiths, but I don't really.
The inroads and the ideologies of which they share, and they disagree on things, though they're vehemently opposed to each other. They share so much in common. The end goal, their end goals and objectives align spiritually at a certain point, and it's not conducive with the spirit of Christianity. Does that make sense?
I I mean, I think you're portraying them as enemies. I think faithful Jews and faithful Muslims, like religious ones, like pious ones, are both tolerant of Christians, always have been historically, and
Who is
well, Muslims and
tolerant
Jews have
or
coexisted with Christians historically. I mean, this idea that Muslims just wipe out Christians when they encounter them, it's not true. Yeah, sure, they give them attacks or whatever, but like they did coexist.
they coexist. Yeah, what you just said it. Like, I mean,
The tax thing?
have you read the history of what coexistence entailed?
Bits and
There
pieces.
was
I'm not
there
super learned about any of
there
it.
were points that were better than others for sure. I'll give you that. But the fact of the matter is that it always comes to a head because at its core and at its essence, it's Antichrist. It's exactly what the scripture.
Antichrist. Okay,
That's,
but
do,
okay.
do they acknowledge Jesus Christ as the Son of God? Yes or no?
I don't believe. I
No, they do
think he's a
not.
prophet, not that he is. No, not that he
Exactly.
is.
They do not acknowledge Jesus Christ as the Son of God. He's a prophet. And though they say, oh, we hold him in
Right.
esteem, and they say that only when they're in the land of the Christian. When the caliphate's established, it's Allah or nothing. It's Muhammad or nothing. That's how it's always been. You bow and kiss the ring, or you lose your head. That's how it's always
No,
been, and nothing has changed.
that is not how it has always been, and that is not how it is today. They did not murder Christians en masse because they did not believe. They had separate rules for them, perhaps in society, but that's not true. Of course, there has been some violence. I'm not
There was
going to
no
deny that, but
persecution. There was no persecution of Christians
of
under Islamic
course,
rule.
no, there have been religious wars throughout time. I agree, and Muslims
No,
can
but
be
stay
violent
right
just like
there.
anyone else. But
That's the
you
point.
said it has always been this way, that when Muslims gain
It
power,
has.
When
and
it
you
comes
said
There's
to head,
you will
he said.
lose your head
There's
if you do not submit to
oh,
Allah. That's just
that's
not true.
lose your head, lose your wife, lose your domicile, be taxed into oblivion, be persecuted, be walking on eggshells. You name it. It's totalitarian.
I disagree. I've talked to Muslims myself. They have said, like, no, we're okay. We don't want to force anyone to believe in this. And I know you can say, well, they're just lying because they want to gain your trust. So, like, at a certain point, like, these people I've talked to are pretty sincere. They're small channels. They're just trying to express their faith.
Okay.
They are not communicating to me like, and even actually I talked to a Muslim who said, the Holy Land, we see it as sort of like there are different tenets of it that God assigns to different times, and maybe the Americans should be in charge of it, for the next 100 years or something. He wasn't even like Islam has to rule all. So
I mean, literally, Carlick just put here in the chat. He said, they literally did look at the 100,000 martyrs in Georgia for us in the Orthodox Church. I mean, there's countless examples. There's countless examples.
I'm not saying that there has never been Muslim violence against Christians. That would be ridiculous. I'm just saying that you said it has always been that way and it always will be, and that's not true.
Yeah, but
the Muslims have been portrayed. Would you admit to me on that? Would you agree with me on this? The Muslims have been portrayed as ultra-violent, barbaric people to prop up Zionist interests in the Middle East, to subjugate them, and to get all of Israel for themselves, and to portray all the other Arab countries as monsters. Like, that has been sold to us.
And I would say it's a Hegelian dialect, and you're taking the bait on the opposite end of the equation. The fact of the matter is Judaism and Zionism are not mutually exclusive as far as I'm concerned. They're both Antichrist. They both reject the Messiah. They both reject Jesus Christ. It's not conducive. It is not conducive with Christianity. Objectively, it's not. It's never going to be.
But there are various peoples who may not be Christian who have some things that are conducive with Christianity.
Yes, yeah, absolutely.
Just because someone doesn't believe in Christianity doesn't mean they're the Antichrist. That's like apocalyptic thinking.
What is the spirit of the Antichrist? What is the spirit of the Antichrist? Do you know what it is? The denial of Christ being the Messiah and the Son of God. That's the spirit of the Antichrist, in one of its many forms. But as it pertains to this, that's the spirit of the Antichrist. These religions vehemently deny that Jesus Christ was the Son of God, that he was both God and man in the flesh, and that he is who he was and is and ever will be. They deny it. They do not agree with it. They will die to defend what they believe.
Okay,
that's
but
not conducive.
You're saying but you said you were true Orthodox, right? So you believe that is not the spirit of the Antichrist, right?
Say that one more time. I'm sorry.
You said you were true Orthodox?
Yes.
Okay, so who can be saved from your perspective? Who does not have the spirit of the Antichrist? Because
everybody can be saved.
Everyone
from your perspective, like, the mainstream Orthodox have the spirit of the Antichrist, no?
I mean, as far as what was the thing that we just read, Nathan? That quote from Andreev that he said, "You don't become, you don't go become the Church of Christ to the synagogue of Satan overnight, but they're on their way." I would say that.
Okay, so you personally are saying that you are separate from the... You say you're Orthodox, but the mainstream Orthodox Church has the Antichrist spirit and is on its way to becoming a church of Satan.
I would say yes. Yes. we can. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead.
Of condemnatory. I mean, how many people are in the mainstream Eastern Orthodox Church? What, 800 million, something like that?
Well, it's not condemning because the truth is out there and the truth is free to everybody.
Yep.
It's not
Yep.
condemning anybody. Everybody has a chance.
220 million. So 220 million people have the spirit of the Antichrist of your own religion. Have the spirit of the Antichrist and are headed towards being the Church of Satan.
I mean,
That's
here's
not
the
saying
deal.
all the people in there. No.
Yeah. No, I think everybody's searching. I don't say everybody. There are people that are searching within. It's not a blanket statement. It's not a blanket statement.
Right,
Fact
you're
of the
not
matter
saying
is,
they're all like you know they're all going to hell, but you're saying their whole thing that they're doing is headed in the direction of.
I'm saying we're saying from a hierarchical leadership position from the top down, as we've experienced and we saw, they're heading in at one particular direction that the rest of the world religions are all heading in, and that's an objective fact. It's provable.
They're
Now,
engaged
people
in
will
a
go
heresy called ecumenism. Is
right
the thing. Yep.
openly, and people will
Just
go,
merging
well,
all the religions.
you're being judgmental, yada yada. We're not that's not what it is. It's just stating the facts. It's offensive to people. We're living in the time where you can't speak the truth without it being deemed as offensive. That's where we're at right now. So it sounds, oh well, who do you think you are, yada yada. We're nobody. We're nobody.
So
It's
you
just
would you say that Christianity has basically failed? Like the majority, like I don't know how many
no.
Christians there are in the world, billions, but like
So here's the thing that I think it's very. This is the thing that I think that a lot of people are missing. This story doesn't end with. I think what everybody's waiting on is this next. Call it whatever you want. I'll put it in as many different terms as I can. Revival, the next empire to rise, the next civilization, the next upswing. That's what everybody else is waiting on in the world. But seeing the world for what it is, if you're diving into Christianity and you're understanding what what both the scriptures say and what the saints were saying for 2,000 years unanimously, the world is dying. It's getting your affairs in order for the next world to come. And what's taking place right now, everybody's looking for the great white hope and the savior or the movement or the group of people that's the right you're not Christianity, it's already won. Christ already won. But the story doesn't end the way people, especially in the West, are interpreting it that it ends. It's not this, you know, the West will rise again and yada yada yada. It's all dying. But it's supposed to be. Because
are
whenever
you
that
saying the
time
world
is,
is ending? Like I'm not sure what you're saying.
yes. Yeah. The hour
Been
is
ending
late.
since
It's been
2,000 years
ending.
ago.
Yeah.
Since the beginning.
Yeah. It has been.
So you're
We're in
saying
the end
like
times.
Christ's second coming is like coming up soon?
Who knows?
We don't know that. We don't know.
But that is what happens at the end of the world.
It is, but
Yes.
yeah, there's signs he gave us, but we don't know the hour. We do not know the hour.
But see, me coming from a Catholic perspective, like I just think like this sounds like you should not be treading in these waters. Like you don't have, from my perspective, you don't have the authority. You have no authority to interpret the end times. Very few people do. Like why would you say you have the authority to interpret the end times? Or to predict them.
We don't have the authority.
We don't
to
have the
predict
authority.
end
But you just predicted them. You said they're coming soon.
We
How
didn't-
do
no,
you
we-
know like by
we
what
said
authority?
we said
They
look
said they've been
around.
coming for 2,000 years.
2,000 years, which is what the saints have said. Just echoing what the saints have said.
Okay, if your
On
statement
top of-
is the end of the world is going to happen eventually, okay, that's just a statement of fact. But you're saying it's coming soon. You said it was coming soon. Maybe you misspoke.
Saint John the Forerunner, what did he say? Repent, for the kingdom of heaven is near. Did he not say that?
I don't know if he did. I'm sure he did. But you're saying like the you seem like you're backtracking. It's fine. Maybe you misspoke. You're
No.
saying I thought you were trying to say the end of the world is coming soon because the world is falling apart.
They said that 2,000 years ago. That
Yep.
the end was coming soon, is what he said.
If you read
What's
the
your
saints,
point? So you're not saying
So
it's
we
gonna
should
happen
live
soon.
we should live our life according to that.
it could
thought.
happen anytime.
No,
That's what the
but
saints have always
you're not.
taught.
But you're saying that the world is falling apart now, like it's in a bad place now,
It's
and
always
this
been. It's been.
and this is an indication to you that the end times are coming. That's
It's
at least what you communicated to me. Maybe you didn't mean to.
no. What we were saying is it's been falling apart. Where we are now, and when we're looking around, it would take a blind man not to see the things that are specifically talked about by the saints, that they're specifically warning laymen, and anybody who will listen alike. Pay attention. See what's going on around us. The hour's getting late. They
Can you
warn
give me
it
an
over
example?
and over and over again.
Can you give me an example of that? Like what is one of these things?
What specifically?
You're
I mean,
saying that the saints talked about what will
I would say
happen
all the
at the end of
religions coming together would be a good indicator.
yes, okay. Yeah. Yeah, we've
Yeah,
talked
you said that
extensive.
earlier, the sin of the heresy of ecumenism. But I mean, it's going to be hard, like you guys are engaging in the heresy of ecumenism right now. You're talking to a Catholic, like
No, don't
That's
do that.
not. Yeah,
That's
you
don't
you were
straw
having
man.
a dialogue that we're
there's nothing wrong with a
discussing our
dialogue.
faiths.
No, but we can talk to, we're not cloistered nuns.
What do you think ecumenism is?
In what we just got done, I think you were talking to Carlick, but was it Carlick, Nathan, that was just saying 2 seconds? No, who was it? One of the people who we just had on just a little while ago was specifically saying that their priest was going in a synagogue lighting a menorah. And a Protestant wouldn't even do that. That would be ecumenism. Engaging in the World Council of Churches and making in giving successions, and doctoring the tradition, in order to appease heretical pseudo-Christian faiths is ecumenism. That's
Well,
what ecumenism is.
in
Having a
in
conversation with somebody who's not an Orthodox is not ecumenism.
In Catholic teaching, ecumenism is the effort to promote unity among all Christians, to restore full visible communion between the Catholic Church and other baptized Christians. Why is that bad? Wouldn't that be good if, I mean, didn't our Lord say, I forget the exact quote, but something like, it would be terrible for the church to fall apart. Like it is an offense to our Lord that the church has split into all these different sects. Like, isn't
It
it
sure
good to
is.
promote unity?
Not
How is that bad?
not if it means concession to heresy.
Yeah. Not if
I
there's
mean,
different beliefs.
anytime. Here's the deal. At any
Right.
point in time, it's not that the door's not wide open. Who was just again another one of our. It all blends together because it was all very, very astute. But somebody just got done saying the door's open. The door's open, and whether the first or the last, the invitation is always to either come back or to discover for the first time the truth and come home. But like as it relates to Roman Catholicism, I mean, you guys would view it as, oh, well, we're the ones who are in the right. We were right to do what we did. The Orthodox were wrong, and we continued on in the faith. And I would say, very sadly mistaken, but only one of us can be right. So when you say, isn't it good to gather together with everyone else? I would say, no, not necessarily, because there's the problem with that is that concessions can consistently have to be made. And if there's only one faith that's been handed down, and that we were taught from the beginning not to err from that faith at all, not 1 inch at all. It's not negotiable. We're not sitting down to go, oh, you know what? How can we negotiate this so that we can all get along and all sing kumbaya together? The enemy would love nothing more than that, which is exactly how he operates. So you
No,
again,
but my point is you're injecting something into this, which is that ecumenism implies concessions to heresy. That's not in and of itself what ecumenism is.
From a
So
Catholic definition.
I asked you, what is an indication that the world is falling apart? You said the church is coming together, which I assume by which you mean Christian churches.
No,
And
I
I'm
said
saying,
religions.
oh, okay. So you're saying all world religions communicating and
Admitting
interacting
that
with each
they're
other?
all on the same
what's
wavelength,
what's
same
what
path.
okay, so what is said?
But
What
why
is
is
said
that
about what
bad?
will
Why is
happen?
that bad?
What is said will happen before he comes back? What does it say? There will be a one world religion. One. So what do you think that is?
Um,
Oh,
I don't think
certainly
we
not
have
that,
one
right?
right now. Maybe secularism, but I don't really think we have one.
All the world religions coming together, that a secular organization known as the World Council of Churches put together, and you have every different world institution or religion put together that are all coming together, figuring out how to make inroads to all become one. What is that?
Wait a second. Wait a second. The Bible doesn't say we're one world religion per se. That is an interpretation. It doesn't literally say that. You're talking about
It's just
Revelation,
one.
right?
According to the teachings of the saints, the days of Noah, it will be as if in the days of Noah, that Antichrist will unite all nations.
Well, who said? I'm just trying to find where that quote is.
Okay. So, Nathan, you want to help her out?
Yeah. I had to look it up to
You're
get
saying
the
a
exact
saint said this?
verse.
I thought you were saying the Bible said it. Maybe I
The Bible says it.
misunderstood.
The Bible says it too. But as far as
Well, it doesn't say
what's the
one world
final?
religion, but I understand that's an interpretation. You could see secularism that way. I would say that's the closest thing we have to a one world religion, where that everybody, capitalism, something like that, everybody is worshiping money. I would say that's the
Yep.
closest thing. I don't think the religion is communicating and saying, okay, I don't think the Catholic Church saying, you know, every religion, everyone has some connection to God. Let's enhance those connections and encourage us to be unified. I don't see how that is
To proclaim
the
Jesus
problem.
Christ as God. Do you think that's the end road of that goal?
Yes, I do.
What it says in the book of Revelation is that the Antichrist unites the entire world under his rule. One world religion.
Right, but I'm just saying I don't think that ecumenism, the ecumenistic efforts from the Catholic Church, if you want to take that as an example, is this one world religion thing. I think secularism, capitalism, the worship of money would be a much stronger
It's just a
argument that
piece
that's
of
what
it.
everyone worships.
It's just
And
a
here's the
piece of
deal:
it.
wouldn't disagree with you on that. But the fact of the matter is that again, from our perspective, and I would argue objectively, your Pope, the papacy, and especially modern day, the things that they've engaged in are antichrist. I mean, my God, homosexuality, you say, oh, well, that's just being charitable, yada yada. On the individual basis, yes, but you don't endorse that, and you're not endorsing pride parades and doing all the things that you're doing. You're not setting up a prayer room inside the Vatican for Muslims. Like it's not. There's so
The
many
Catholic Church
things.
has never, you're lying. The Catholic Church has never endorsed homosexuality. What are you talking about? It says it's a disorder.
Did you? I think I had the same. Just got done having the same conversation with your father. But did again? I was. Did you come? Were you cradle Catholic or did you come into it from
Cradle, yeah.
Protestantism?
My dad
Okay,
converted from sort of vaguely Calvinism. That's what he was raised in.
gotcha. Okay, all right. So yeah, I mean, as far as I mean, and I don't know how privy to this you are, but it's open and notorious. I mean, they do the tongue in cheek. Oh well, no, they don't ever fully acknowledge it, but you have half of the clergy are homosexuals. Half of the cardinals are
Well,
homosexuals.
wait a second. I don't know if it's half, but
Oh my God.
priests themselves having sexual issues doesn't mean that the Catholic Church endorses homosexuality. It just doesn't. If half of the priests are alcoholics, it doesn't mean that the Catholic Church endorses alcoholism. It just
But
doesn't.
it just
Priests
goes
can be
complete.
sinners just like
It
anyone
just
else.
but but they can run a gay mafia inside the Vatican. That's perfectly fine, and they can do it for 100 years. That's perfectly fine, and there's no rebuke at all, not from
There
the
has
Pope or
always been
anybody else.
corruption in human institutions. There's been rebuke. Are you kidding me? The Catholic Church has taken a massive beating publicly for that stuff.
When has the Pope ever come out? Ever. And said, we're
Multiple
wrong.
popes. Pope Francis, may he rest in peace,
And
recently said, not recently, but he said something like, we need to stop all the F slur stuff in the church. He said that. Like, that's a quote from him. He used the word.
Like any other, but then like any other politician,
that's a pretty strong
done?
Rebuke.
What was done?
No, but you said, where's the rebuke? Now you're changing it. Well, what was actually done? Okay, but you asked for a rebuke. Our last pope, he called out gay culture and he said the F slur stuff needs to stop. He said that.
Okay,
that is a rebuke.
We can move the goalposts until the cows come home. But the fact of the matter is that
goalpost. You said, where's the rebuke? No pope has ever rebuked this behavior, and I gave you a clear example, a recent modern example.
A rebuke comes with repentance. A rebuke comes with having there being a marching orders to fix the problem. And then we're not talking about this as a one-off thing. This is not a one-off thing. There has been literal legitimate cover-up from the top down of not only homosexuality, but wanton pedophilia for literally, we're going on 100 years now. Oh, it's just fallen nature and now there's fallen nature. That's ironic.
Look, human institutions are corrupt. There's a higher level of pedophilia in public school systems than there is in the Catholic Church. That's a true statistic. But, of course, they're trying to eliminate it. They're working on it. But it's just hard to eliminate corruption. It's a human institution. It is, humans sin, yes. Homosexuality and sex abuse exist in the Orthodox Church. They exist in Judaism. They exist in Islam. This is a common human issue.
But here's the difference. Yeah, in world Orthodoxy, it absolutely does. We had plenty of conversations with our former priest specifically about that, and he attested to it specifically. But the difference there's a difference. How it's dealt with from the top down. You say it's a very difficult thing to deal with. No, it's not. If you have clergy under you that are walking truly in the faith and in the Spirit of God, that is a zero tolerance policy across the board, period. And that weeds itself.
No, it's actually very complicated. It's complicated because if someone makes an accusation,
not raping children is complicated.
20 years ago, this guy did so and so to me. It's very hard to validate that. It's very hard to know whether that person is telling the truth or whether they're trying to get attention or money. It's tricky. You try it. Like it's tricky. How are you supposed to validate accusations that happened 20, 30, 40 years ago from people who were children at the time?
But then when the truth...
You have no idea how true it
is. When the truth that there's coordinated networks of pedophiles within the Catholic Church, the Roman Catholic Church, that this is an organized entity, you got bigger problems. And then you go from, this is just a one-off incident that we'll just have to deal with when we deal with it, to this is open and notorious.
But you're acting like it's
happening
so
at
easy.
the highest levels.
You're acting like, it's so easy. When there's accusations and gossip thrown around, how are you? I don't think it's coordinated.
Hold on.
These are sexual abusers who are priests. And I'm not saying none of it happened. Obviously, some of it happened, yes, but it's a difficult situation because you don't want public scandal. You don't know if this person's telling the truth. You don't know if these memories are real. You don't know if they're looking for money. You don't know if they're going to sue the shit out of you. Anybody could go to a Catholic church or to a lawyer and say, hey, this priest molested me 20, 30 years ago. How is anybody going to prove it happened or not?
I agree. But once it's been proven, but we're past that. It's been proven. If you're talking about one-off incidents...
It's been proven in multiple human institutions, in schools, in various religious institutions.
That's the one place people should be able to go to.
Sex abuse happen. That's true.
But, my God, it absolutely does. And I'm not going to beat the dead horse, but the fact of the matter is that there's a deeper point here. There's a spiritual point. It's the fact that if it's organized, there's an organized syndicate of pedophiles and homosexuals inside your institution. At some point, you have to take a step back and go, wait a second. Maybe something's not right here. How does this happen that this becomes justifiable among this number of our clergy? How are they spiritually, philosophically, and otherwise? How are they rationalizing this to themselves? not just the act itself, but then taking it a step further and covering it up.
But you're saying it's coordinated. I don't believe that there's this like massive
It's already
there's
been
this
proven.
group of coordinated pedophiles in the Catholic Church. I don't
Oh,
believe
boy.
that. You can
We
say
can
it's
send.
proven.
I'll say we'll
You
send
can
you
say
some
it's proven.
literature.
I just think you're throwing that term around kind
No,
of loosely,
I'm definitely
and you're
not.
saying like there's
I'm
like a
definitely not.
cabal of pedophiles. I
I,
don't think that's what's going on. I think it's
hey,
more that disturbed people are abusing their power,
I will. We'll,
and I think that happens in every institution. And you're saying, oh well, the numbers have gotten out of control. I'm telling you, the numbers are less than what happens in public school systems. Like, this is not a unique Catholic problem. The Catholic Church has been slammed by the media because, you know, there are enemies of the church in the media, but it is not a particularly Catholic thing. It just has been stigmatized to that. That's just bigotry against Catholics. Go ahead and talk about public school teachers then if you want to, and say they have a coordinated group of pedophiles.
we can send you. We'll send you some literature on the subject, and you can look into it for yourself and decide for yourself. But besides that, I mean, again, you can pick any one of the umpteen. I mean, there's plenty of examples of which we've already brought up. We're probably not, obviously not going to see eye to eye on it. You know, I get it. I was a Catholic at one time. I used to defend it. You know, I used to try to defend it. I used to try to, you know, play the mental gymnastics in my mind of how to, you know, okay, well, yeah, that's fine, but there's a bigger truth here and yada yada yada. And I don't know everything and blah blah blah. But at a certain point, once you start looking at the facts and the history and you start doing the homework and you start reading the scripture and you start reading the saints and you start understanding what the truth actually is, which is not promoted within Roman Catholicism pretty much at all, you start to
Well,
realize that
that's
there's
just
something.
okay. The truth is not promoted in Roman Catholicism at all. Okay,
Well, you tell me.
you're being ridiculous. That's an exaggerated statement.
Today, I have not seen it at all.
Yeah, I think you have a basic problem. I'm not defending sex abuse. I'm just saying I think you have a basic problem with your attitude towards religious institutions, any institution, which is that you're saying
I do.
it has to have people who don't sin in it for me to believe in it. I'm sorry, that's never going to happen. Even in the Catholic Church, which I'm a part of, human beings are fallen. Every human institution is going to have people who sin.
That
doesn't make me question my faith. That doesn't make me question my faith that there are sinning Catholic priests, bishops. There have even been, you know, popes, I think, had orgies. There was a pope who had an orgy. Like, that doesn't make me question my faith.
Yeah, I wouldn't say I don't. Again, that wasn't and for me, I can resonate with that. That wasn't the singular thing that like completely made me question my, at the time, belief in the Roman Catholicism. It wasn't until, again, it was looking at what took place throughout history and understanding on a deeper level what Christianity actually is. As I told your father, it's an Eastern faith. It's not a Western faith. It's not an enlightenment. You know, it's not a hyper rationalistic logical. That's not what it is. It's the West. Ever since Rome broke away from Constantinople and everything separated, the West became hyperlogical. The East stayed how it had always been, which it's mystical. It's not. It's simple yet incredibly complex and profound. But the human mind can't begin to fully wrap its mind. The human mind cannot begin to fully comprehend what the vastness of the truth that is God. The West said, "Oh yes, we can. Everything has to be able to wrap our mind around it, and science and all of the things that came out of the West." When if you actually dive into the factual basis for all of these things, as they were coming out of Roman Catholicism, the origins of them, I would say, at very best, are nefarious. So there's breadcrumbs.
I don't disagree with you in the sense that I think the mystical stuff is good, and the West has lost that sense of that theosis, having a relationship with God. It's become about rules and stuff. I understand what you're saying. That's why
Mhm.
Catholics say there's the East and West, like they're like the lungs of the church. They both have something to offer.
See, that's ecumenism.
Yes,
That is
which is a
ecumenism.
good thing. That is a good thing to promote
to
the
to to
unity
to
of
validate
Christians. That is a
to
good
val-
thing.
well, again, yes. From your perspective, I can understand why you would see it as a good thing. From our perspective, it's heresy. And that's where it's like, as of tonight, right now, probably not something we're probably going to be able to like bust down those walls, because we're not, we, Nathan and I think I can speak pretty confidently for him over here too. We don't budge on it. We're not going to budge on it. It's not something that's negotiable. It's not something that's like, okay, well, we'll talk about that whole, papal supremacy thing in the filioque, and maybe we can do some trading and move some chairs around to accommodate. No, zero negotiation. Period. Like, it's not going to happen.
Okay, I mean, it doesn't really matter because you're part of a sect, like what seems to be a schismatic sect of Orthodoxy itself. So,
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know if anybody, whatever, like, I don't know how many people, I don't know who your bishop is, whatever. It seems very niche.
I would
So I'm
say
not super worried if like a.
it's okay. I mean,
I don't
it's
think you're in a position to negotiate. I think you should seek
I
unity
never
and
said
not
that
say
we
I'm
were.
putting my
I'm
foot
talking
down.
about the conversation that we're having with a Roman Catholic right now. That's the only point of reference I'm saying. I sit in no higher seat. We're nobodies. But the
Well,
fact of the matter
do you have an answer to the basic Catholic question to any Eastern Orthodox person? You're not worldwide Orthodox, whatever, but like, who is the Bishop of Rome?
who is the Bishop of Rome?
Right.
What do you
Who do you think
what's
is the Bishop of Rome?
the as far as I'm concerned, there is no Bishop of Rome right now.
Okay,
The
but you would
bishop
agree that the Eastern Orthodox view is that the Bishop of Rome is the first among equals. Primus inter pares.
the
So you should have
when
one.
are you talking about? You talking about prior to the schism, or are you talking about now?
I'm not sure. But that is the Eastern Orthodox view. It's not that you don't think that. So you're not even Orthodox. Orthodox people think that there is a Bishop of Rome. There is a first among equals.
Hey, Grace, we're perfectly fine with having a conversation, but the straw manning, let's not do that.
It's not straw manning, but you're a schism, so maybe it is straw manning because you don't believe in Orthodoxy itself.
I mean, do you know anything about true Orthodoxy?
I've never heard of it
I say
until
this as
tonight.
somebody. Exactly.
It sounds like
I didn't
the
hear.
Protestant
About it
version.
until.
It sounds like an Eastern version of Protestantism. Honestly,
I know. Well, here's the crazy
it's
part. I
very
would
Western.
up until about 2 months ago, I probably would have agreed with you. But that's until I did my homework, which I would highly encourage you to look into it before you pass judgment.
You're protesting Eastern Orthodoxy. I don't understand that.
Well, then,
But
then you
it's
can.
very,
I mean, just
very
do some homework.
very hyper logical. What happened to the mysticism?
What's that?
You sound very skeptical, very critical, very hyper logical. You're going to analyze everything just like the Protestants do. What happened to the mysticism?
It's still there. There's a balance. There's still discernment within the process. You throw the baby out with the bathwater. It's just not all of that.
Okay.
It's a balance.
All right. Well, interesting conversation. Thank you guys for having me up. Appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Appreciate you coming on.
Bye. Good night.
Very well. It's very late.
This went on a lot longer than I expected.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was not expected. I was not expecting Roman Catholics to be jumping on it. That was the last thing I was expecting tonight. Go figure.
Yeah.
But it was good. Good conversation, I would say.
Richie Dubs, that's why you're independent Baptist, not connected to anyone or their nonsense, is what he says. Huh. Richie, glad to have you here. And everybody that came on, thank you for coming on and sharing your insights and opinions. And we hope it was edifying. It was for us. And hopefully what people shared was for you as well. Until next time, Josh, you got anything?
That's it. We'll catch you. We'll catch you guys next time. We appreciate it.
See you guys. God bless you.